agenda was posted on Friday, February 25th, 2022 at 3:10 p.m.
Thank you. And if anyone has a public comment, they can come forward now from the audience. Yes, sir.
My name is Shannon Caraway. I'm Vice President for Business Development for a company called Solar Prime. Currently, we're trying to develop another 300 megawatt solar farm and 300 megawatt battery energy storage project here in McLennan County. And it's out north of Trading House Creek Reservoir, that area there. We're preparing to submit a proposal to this body soon for a county tax abatement for the project, and just wanted to stop by ahead of time, introduce ourselves, and tell you what we're doing.
Going to D on the proclamations resolutions, we have nothing this week. Under E, under consent agenda, I have no recommended pulls. Does anyone else have a pull from the consent agenda they want to discuss? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Motion second, any other discussion? Other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. All right, Dustin?
Yes, sir. Judge, if we could go to item N1, this is discussion and or action on matters regarding COVID-19.
These case numbers have decreased for the hospitals.
All right, Judge, do you want to accept that for recording purposes?
Yes, is there a motion to accept that report for recording purposes?
So moves.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, if we could go to item N10, presentation from Texas State Technical College regarding Central Texas Industrial Training Center.
There's a mismatch between the number of jobs that are available and the number of people that are available to fill those positions.
Move to accept for recording purposes. Second.
Have a motion and a second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, if we could go to item N6, this is the Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce Monthly Economic Development Report for January 2022.
Know that we have had one project announcement for this first quarter, and that was in McGregor with Messer.
All right, if there's no questions, or a motion to approve the chamber report for recording purposes?
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion, second, any other discussion? Other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
All right, we can go back up to item F, budget amendments. F1's regarding the FY22 budget. Francis?
FY22 budget amendments, starting with F1A.
Is there a motion to approve F1D through F1I?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Under item G, bids, RFPs, RFQs, G1 is authorization of recommendations. G1A regarding bid 22-004, aggregate surface treatment for delivery and pickup.
All right, what's the pleasure on items G1A?
Motion to approve the purchasing director's recommendations on the bids.
Second. We have a motion, second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. All right.
All right, item G1B regarding bid 22-005, asphalt emulsions for delivery and pickup.
Not what's the pleasure, court?
Move to approve the recommendation of the purchasing director.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. I'd like to go to item L1. We have Shane Turner and Fiona Bond here. It's regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund American Rescue Plan Act, discussion or action regarding the eligible expenses and our funding guidelines, reporting requirements, and funding request.
So I'm Fiona Bond, Executive Director of Creative Waco, and of course this is Shane Turner, owner and operator of the Hippodrome.
All right, so we will recess until good morning, everyone.
Good
Call
morning.
court to order. Today is Tuesday, June the 6th, 2023, 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, June 1st, 2023 at 4:45 p.m.
Thank you. All right, let's stand briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a pledge to the flags.
Please join the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Judge, before we go any further, I would want to mention, if we're saying a pledge today, that we remember June the 6th, 1944. Today is a special day in history.
Right.
All right?
All right, thank you for mentioning that. It truly is. Appreciate all those that went before us.
Amen.
We might be speaking a different language if things turned out differently. All right. This time, if there's any members of the audience that are going to speak to the court on business matters, please do so at this time. Seeing none, and I don't believe anyone called in, we will go to under items D, under proclamations. Resolutions under D1, proclamation recognizing the 40th anniversary of the MCC baseball team's victory at the 1983 NJCA a national championship. Thank Commissioner Smith. You have
Yes, sir. The proclamation's floating around here somewhere, and I would just ask that that proclamation be included in the minutes. We're going to present that to the baseball team in a couple of weeks at their anniversary, their 40th anniversary meeting.
Okay, great.
And so I would just ask that that proclamation be accepted today and included in the minutes of this meeting, and I would make that motion.
all right. Second. All right, I have a motion. Second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. All right, under D2 is proclamation honoring and congratulating Pastor Stanley Adams, 23 years of service. Commissioner Miller?
Good morning. Yes, I would ask that we would approve this proclamation honoring Pastor Lee Adams. He's celebrating his 23 years of service here in McLennan County, and the proclamation will be given to him on this coming Sunday.
Okay.
So if there are no objections, I would just move to approve D2.
Second.
All right, I have a motion. Second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Under D3 is proclamation recognizing the 2023 commemoration of the Juneteenth holiday. Commissioner Miller?
Yes, I'm a little partial to this proclamation and to the holiday, the commemoration of this holiday. I do want to once again thank the court, who after President Biden made it a national holiday, we added it officially to our county list of holidays. And so just to ask for a little grace, I did want to read it into the minutes. It will be given at several different events over next weekend. But given the historic value of it, I want to go ahead and read it into the minutes this morning.
Okay.
Okay. A proclamation of the McLennan County Commissioners Court recognizing the 2023 commemoration of the Juneteenth holiday. Whereas on June 19, 1865, Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, with the following announcement. The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. And whereas Juneteenth recognizes one of the most significant turning points in American history. 2 months after the end of the Civil War, and 2 years and 6 months after the Emancipation Proclamation was declared, Juneteenth marked the complete and final end of slavery in this country. And whereas Governor William P. Clements Jr. on May the 29th, 1980, signed into law HB House Bill 1016, which designated June 16th a legal holiday in Texas, known as Emancipation Day in Texas, informally called Juneteenth. On June 18, 2021, President Joseph R. Biden Jr. signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, Public Law 117-17, establishing Juneteenth as a national holiday. And whereas in cities across the country, people of all races, nationalities, and religions join hands to acknowledge a period in our history that shaped and continues to influence our society today. This day holds special significance for all Americans as a reminder of the injustices that are possible between persons and the continuing need to strive for true equality for all people in all aspects of life. And whereas in recognition of the 158th anniversary of Major General Gordon Granger's historic announcement, on June the 16th through the 19th, 2023, organizations across the county will host family fun events, including Parents Against Crime Coalition's Baylor Club Juneteenth commemoration, Pastor C and Lady J's Gospel Fest Community Juneteenth celebration, the Empowerment Driven by Knowledge Coalition, in partnership with 94.5 FM The Beat, radio stations, Family Fun Day in the Park, and the Syntex African American Chamber of Commerce annual Juneteenth parade. And so next weekend is going to be filled with a whole lot of events. I invite you all to come out to any of them. The Baylor Club event is inside, so it's kind of senior age friendly. I make sure I go by that one. The food is always great. And so, again, I just would like to thank the court for also seeing the significance and making this a county holiday. I know the employees are going to be grateful for that Monday off. And if there are no objections, I would just like to make the motion to approve D3.
All right, I'll second that. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, last proclamation is under D4, proclamation declaring June as Elder Abuse Prevention Awareness Month. And I'll ask Dustin Chapman to read that, and I think we have Erica Mendoza and some caseworkers here with the Adult Protective Services in the court. And so after you read this, I'll take the proclamation and ask those to come forward, and I'll present it to them. And if they have any words to say, we can put them on record at that time.
Sounds good. This is a proclamation of the McLennan County Commissioners Court declaring June as Elder Abuse Prevention Awareness Month. Whereas people who are elderly or have disabilities have contributed to the general welfare of McLennan County by helping to preserve customs, convictions, and traditions of many people from diverse backgrounds. And whereas these residents are vital and integral members of our society, and their wisdom and experience have enriched our lives. And whereas abuse of the elderly and people with disabilities in domestic and institutional settings is a widespread problem affecting hundreds of thousands of people across the country. And whereas Texas APS in-home caseworkers in McLennan County have investigated 970 intakes, of which 393 cases of abuse, neglect, and or exploitation were confirmed against our elderly Texans or those with disabilities in 2022. Whereas elder abuse is grossly underreported because the elderly who are being abused find it very difficult to tell anyone and are usually ashamed and sometimes afraid. And whereas elder abuse happens to men and women of all income levels, all cultural and ethnic groups, whether they are in good health or incapacitated in some way, in poor neighborhoods and in suburbia. And whereas many of the cases investigated by Adult Protective Services in Texas involve self-neglect, and it is our duty as citizens to reach out to people in need. Therefore, be it proclaimed, the McLennan County Commissioners Court declares the month of June 2023 as Elder Abuse Prevention Month in McLennan County and urges all citizens to work together to help reduce abuse and neglect of people who are elderly or have disabilities. Be it further proclaimed, a copy of this proclamation be made a permanent part of the minutes of the Commissioners Court. Witness our hand and seal this 6th day of June 2023.
All right, thank you, Dustin. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the proclamation of the McLennan County Commissioners Court declaring June as Elder Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion? All in-
What age do you qualify?
Well, I think, I think you're there, buddy. And so we have a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass. All right, I'd like to ask that group to come forward. I don't know if anyone brought a camera. Yeah, I see. Is there any film in it? All this line up across here. All right. Who's the spokesperson?
So he's
All right, all right, good. He's the speaker, okay. Well, I really appreciate you all being here to accept this proclamation. It is important. We were trained when I was back in another profession in banking to really watch out for elder abuse, and financially is one of the areas that many times older people are hit, and most of the time by their own family. And so I understand it, and I didn't realize how much of that went on until I was trained in that area and actually had called you all many times on that. So let's give them a round of applause. All right. Yeah, hold that. All right, you have anything to say? Just say about anything.
So on behalf of Unit 63, let me first thank you for proclaiming June as Elder Abuse Awareness Month in McLennan County. The U.S. Census Bureau has pegged 2034 as the first time in U.S. history that older adults 65 and older will outnumber younger people. This fast-growing population is expected to strongly impact our families and communities. Our older adults are vital, contributing members of our society, and everyone deserves the right to live free from abuse. National research has shown as many as 1 in 10 older Americans are abused or neglected each year, and for every case known to programs and agencies, 24 were unknown. In a society that values the just treatment of all people, Elder Abuse Awareness Month reminds us that elder abuse has implications for all of us, and so it's important to find the right solutions to it. Therefore, it is critical that we continue to raise awareness and take steps to prevent it in our communities, educating the public on the issue and what to do when they suspect abuse, neglect, or financial exploitation of an older adult or individuals with disabilities is crucial. The APS program will remain focused on raising awareness of elder abuse. On behalf of our program, I would like to thank all of our first responders and all of our judicial partners for their continued support in helping APS carry out their mission, which is to protect older adults and people with disabilities. It is through this collaboration that we are forming public and private partnerships to identify where stronger supports are needed and where existing connections must be reinforced as an essential first step toward defending our community against elder abuse. To report abuse, neglect, or financial exploitation, please call our hotline at 800-252-5400, or you can report it online at www.txabusehotline.org. Thank you for your service and for your leadership in helping us work towards addressing the underreported issue of elder abuse.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate the work you do. Appreciate y'all. Take care. Thank you. And y'all are welcome to stay and watch the sausage made, or if you want to leave, feel free to do so.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, I'd like to go to item M1D. This is regarding the program discussion and action on request of waiver of penalties and interest of property taxes, project agreement and, with Swan Products LLC, authorization of payments request number 2 on Encore Electric Delivery Company. And we have Mr. Michael Baldwin here. And so, Dustin, did we want him to present first, or Scott to present first? Michael? Okay. Mr. Baldwin, if you'll come up and have a seat. I think everyone knows Mr. Baldwin. He's been with Encore for many years and is a regional. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Judge Felton, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michael Baldwin. I'm the South Region Manager for Encore Electric Delivery. My office here in Waco, 3620 Franklin Avenue. I'm here this morning to discuss an issue regarding Encore's property tax payment to the County Tax Assessor's Office earlier this year. Encore paid its property taxes on time. An investigation led to the discovery that about 20 packages had been mishandled by the post office and were not processed along with other packages Encore delivered to the post office on January 31st, 2023. Encore complied with its legal obligation when it delivered the payments to the post office for mailing. We are confident that upon review of the courts that will hold that Encore made the payment in a timely manner. It's important to note that before Encore learned that the post office had found and delivered additional packages, Encore reissued checks to jurisdictions that had not been paid. Most jurisdictions have waived penalties, interest, and collection fees. Encore cares about the communities we serve, and we do pay our taxes on time. Many of our employees are active in the roles, active in the communities we serve. We're requesting that the county provide a waiver of penalties, interest, and collection fees today.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Wirt. Just for the record, reintroduce yourself, who you represent.
Yes, thank you, Judge. My name is Scott Wirt. I'm with Linebarger, Goggin, Blair, and Sampson, and we are the attorneys who represent the county in delinquent tax matters. I have prepared a PowerPoint presentation. I realize the court has a lengthy agenda today, and I will do my best to keep this as short as possible. As the court is aware, and if I could get that next slide, as the court is already aware from previous discussions held about the ice storm in late January, early February, January 31st is the last day to pay your property taxes without penalties and interest. Get that next slide. This is also something the court is well aware of. But due to the ice storm, Judge Felton ordered all county offices closed. The McLennan County Tax Office closed at 4:30 p.m. on January 30th, and then reopened at 10 a.m. on February 2nd. Drop boxes were available on site, emptied at 10 a.m. on February 2nd. And taxpayers could also pay by phone at any time. It's important to, well, one thing to note is that if payments were in the drop box by 10 a.m. on February 2nd, they were deemed received on January 31st by the tax office. The next slide is, again, something the court's already seen, but it talks about Section 33.011 of the Texas Property Tax Code, and that's Section J. I've brought a copy for each of the commissioners today of Section J particularly, so that you can have that. But Section J authorizes the governing body of a taxing unit to waive penalty and interest if certain conditions apply. The one thing I want the court to note about 33.011J is the use of particular language in the statute. J says the governing body of a taxing unit may waive penalties and interest. This is important in statutory construction, as the court probably already knows, but sometimes the legislature will use the word shall, other times the word may. This is not a shall type statute, this is may. So there is no requirement that the court grant waiver of penalties and interest. It is rather a discretionary statute. A discretionary statute. What the statute says, if I could have that next slide, is the taxpayer must bring forth sufficient evidence that the taxpayer delivered payment prior to the delinquency date But an act or omission of the Postal Service resulted in the payment being postmarked after the delivery date. So let's look at the Encore evidence, which, get that next slide. Mostly made up of the affidavit of Matthew Alvitt. I don't know how to correctly pronounce his name, but Matthew Alvitt is what I'll call him. It is a 6-paragraph affidavit that was submitted in a package mailed to Mr. Riggs on May 4th and emailed to Mr. Riggs as well, although they did not have Mr. Riggs' email address correct. It was actually forwarded to him by another entity who was on the CC line. So let's look at the Encore evidence, and starting with paragraph 6. The next slide, please. Paragraph 6 says that because I did not have a package large enough for the mailing to Tarrant County, I had to purchase a package and postage for that at the post office that day. And you can see here a copy of a certified mail receipt that they include, and it states that it is dated January 31st and is objective proof that I was physically in that post office outlet, as stated above, mailing Encore's tax payments. So if you look at that certified mail receipt, there is a certified mail tracking number on the left-hand side. If we go to that next slide, this is the tracking from the United States Postal Service. And if you note on the right, it states that the USPS was in possession of the item, just above that black line there. USPS was in possession of that item in Dallas, Texas at January 31st, 2023 at 2:24 p.m. So they are correct. There is objective evidence that they were in the physically present in that post office on January 31st, 2023 at 2:24 p.m. mailing Tarrant County. However, if you look further at the evidence and looking at paragraph 3, which is on the next slide, paragraph 3 says that I also prepared a package addressed to the McLennan County Tax Assessor for certified mail delivery. A copy of the address label for that package is attached as Exhibit A. It reflects that I placed postage on the package using Encore's postage meter on January 31st, 2023. So it's important to note that what this says and the language used is that the package was prepared on January 31st. Get that next slide. So if you look at the, go ahead and go to that next slide. And this is a copy of that label. Go ahead and go to that next slide, moving quickly here. You can see the postage on the right-hand side, $6.61, U.S. Postage First Class. It does say January 31st, 2023, mailed from zip 75202, which is, just a brief note, that's a different zip code than 75201, which was the North Hervey post office, which they were in for the Tarrant County stuff. That tracking number for this certified mail is that 9407 number at the bottom on the left. So the package was prepared, let's go to that next slide, but what is the evidence of delivery? Again, they have evidence that their package was prepared January 31st, but what is their evidence of delivery? And so if you go to the next slide, this tracking number on the McLennan County package, 9407, you can see was pre-shipment info sent to USPS on the bottom right. Then if you move up on the bottom right there, it says shipping label created. USPS is awaiting the item. Does not say that it's received. It says the USPS is awaiting the item January 31st, 2023, but note the time. The time is 6:24 p.m. and the post office closes at 5 o'clock p.m. So while their evidence says that they were in the post office delivering Tarrant County at 2:24 p.m., the evidence from Encore clearly shows that the label was not created until after 5 o'clock p.m. on January 31st at 6:24 p.m. Then, important of note is when the item was accepted in the post office, and that is February 25th, 2023. Now, using the precedent that this court has set, what this court has typically done is when items are postmarked on or before February 2nd, and sometimes February 3rd, the court has approved the waiver request. Anything postmarked after February 3rd has been denied. And so here, again, this is the evidence from Encore, and using the United States Postal Service tracking system, it says that it was accepted at the USPS origin facility in Dallas on February 25th, 2023. Was delivered, available for pickup on the left there, February 27th, at the downtown Waco station. So that next slide, again, Tarrant County shows that certified mail was purchased during January 31st, 2023 in the post office, with the post office in possession of the item at 2:24 p.m. You can get that next slide, and we'll talk about a little bit more of their affidavit. Paragraph 4 of that affidavit, get that next slide. Paragraph 4 of that affidavit talks about the photograph that, it says, I took the McLennan County payment package along with hundreds of others to the post office on foot. The photograph attached as Exhibit B show the packages I took to the post office on foot that day in the snow. So next slide shows this photograph. And the next slide shows it blown up just a little bit more. So the McLennan County package alone was at least a half an inch thick, if not 3/4 of an inch thick, if not an inch thick. If most packages were a half an inch thick, 1/4 inch thick, even an 1/8 of an inch thick, what's on that cart is not hundreds of packages. So again, this is the Encore evidence, and it doesn't support the statement that there were hundreds of others of packages on that cart that day. So the McLennan evidence that you have before you, again, from Encore themselves, is that next slide. The label was created January 31st, 2023 at 6:24 p.m., but not accepted until February 25th, 2023. Quickly, I want to address the statement that the packages were delivered but lost for 2 weeks. This is a letter from the United States Postal Service. But what this letter says is that mail did not go out from that station due to severe inclement weather during January 31st to February 2nd, 2023. We apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused. However, this was the decision that was made. This letter from the Postal Service on February 24th, 2023 does not say that a lost mail claim was made, nor does it explain or excuse the February 25th arrival at the Postal Service. It's silent as to that, but what it does say is that mail did not go out January 31st through February 2nd, 2023. So this is the evidence that they have submitted to support their affidavit, but this does not corroborate nor does it support what they've said in their affidavit. I believe the evidence actually contradicts their statements made in the affidavit. I do not believe that they have provided sufficient evidence to support waiver of their request. And again, this is the evidence that they have submitted. One other statement that I will make is that there's one statement made in the affidavit that the Postal Service worker that day refused to scan in the hundreds of packages that were delivered. That statement goes further to say that the Postal Service at the North Irvay Station in Dallas was not equipped with a scanner. However, I can state that another lawyer from my office in the months, about a month or two ago, actually went to that North Irvay Station to inquire about that. mailed a certified envelope, handed the certified envelope to the clerk, who promptly used a scanner to scan in that certified envelope. And so, again, their evidence in the affidavit is not supported. In fact, it's contradicted by the actual evidence. And so I don't believe, based upon the precedent that this court has used in the past, and again, treating all taxpayers the same, I don't believe that the Encore evidence supports approval of the waiver request.
Yes, Michael, if you'd like to respond to that.
Here you go.
Yeah, I would like to respond. What our understanding was that there was a box, and there were about 20 of the payments that were put in an office on a chair, and they were just not discovered. And as to the fact of the scanner, what the problem was that there was only one employee at the post office. Because the large amount that we had to scan in, he didn't have the ability, he was the only employee, so he didn't have the ability to scan them. I'm not sure that it was that the scanner wasn't
Could he do
present.
an affidavit?
He would, he was requested to sign an affidavit to that effect, and to this point, he wouldn't sign an affidavit.
Well, I don't know what kind of immunity U.S. Postal Service has, but seems to me the fact that they're not cooperating in that regard, then there ought to be some recourse back to them. So maybe someone over that person needs to understand that and insist that an affidavit be prepared that correctly explains what happened. My thought.
I mean, we can try, but I know that they've worked to get that, but they have been unsuccessful for the employee.
So are y'all's attorneys working on that?
They're working on this. I don't know that specific issue, but I know they've tried to get a signed affidavit, and to this point, what we got from the post office is what they provided.
Why were there two, and correct me, maybe I didn't hear Scott appropriately, but why are there two different zip codes for the prep of, you would think if he took them, they would all have the same zip code.
I can actually address that. The postage that was placed on the package from McLennan County was done on the Encore postage machine, and their office is located in that 75202 zip code. And so it would be appropriate to place postage on it in that 75202, and then walk it down to the North Irvay station, which is 75201. I did make note of that. It's not a real important factor.
And then the next question I would have is, looking at the packages, are those just, once they're ready to go, is it just the small cardboard envelope they're slid in, or what? How were they packaged? Because he's saying that he drug them through the snow, and I'm looking at those thinking, well, I don't know that I would take a chance on all these tax bills dragging them through the snow.
Well, from the photo, it looked like they were strapped onto a little cart.
Right.
Is my understanding. But there's also included in the information that was provided to the county, there is a timestamp, Tuesday, January 31st, 2:01 p.m. That was provided. I didn't see that in your evidence today.
We don't dispute that Mr. Alvitt, again, I don't know how to say his name, but Mr. Alvitt was in the post office on the North Irvay station at 2:24 on January 31st, but the evidence supports that he was there for Tarrant County and did timely mail Tarrant County, but the same evidence that they've presented does not support that he had the hundreds of other packages, including McLennan County, with him, just based upon the own evidence of when that label was created and then when it was later accepted. And then when you look at the letter from the post office, it doesn't address the issue of whether or not there was a lost mail claim and whether or not there was indeed lost mail.
Well, and as soon as we became aware that the payments had not been made, we did make a subsequent payment. But there was no reason to withhold 20 payments from an Encore standpoint. It's just once they were delivered to the post office, it's out of our control. We don't.
I certainly would never dream that you guys would deliberately do something, but I'm just looking at did somebody forget something? Did somebody go mail a package and they go, oh my gosh, I forgot about the others? And then if he says, no, I took them all, then why did Tarrant County get accepted and the rest, nobody else did? It's a little confusing.
And that's why the distinction in the use of the language in the affidavit is important to note. Again, I agree, Commissioner Perry, I don't think anything was done intentionally, but the law doesn't require, an intent requirement or, lack of intent requirement.
And the biggest thing for me is that we can't, although they're a wonderful partner to have in our community, we can't treat them any differently than what we've treated our other taxpayers who have been denied. So I want to make sure the facts line up and.
Yeah, the
we're consistent.
consequences would be that some of those that we decided not to waive would come back and say, how about a story too, so.
But our employee's affidavit does state that he did deliver the payment.
Right.
That is true. The affidavit is something that.
This is Mike Dixon, our one of our attorneys. Go ahead, Mike.
The affidavit is something more substantial than what we've received with other stuff because it's given under oath. And so to some extent, they may not have known what went on with it after it was delivered. It may never be known, but I understand Scott's information. I was pitching in that we haven't got affidavit with all these other requests. So we're essentially having to call the affiant a liar to get to the denial of the waiver.
Okay. What I'd like to recommend, so when y'all came back and made all those payments, was penalties paid as well?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So if it took another few days to make this decision, there wouldn't be additional penalties because you've already paid up and paid the penalty.
The interest would continue to accrue.
Oh, the interest.
On the penalties.
But they paid it.
But they've already
They haven't paid the penalties. They haven't paid the penalties and interest. They've only paid the base tax due.
Okay.
I thought it said they had paid the penalty. Maybe I misunderstood.
I don't believe they have. I know they have in other counties, but it's my understanding, I was with Mr. Riggs yesterday, it's my understanding they have not paid the penalties and interest here yet.
Okay.
And they can do that, and then later, if there's additional information that becomes available, they can come back and request a refund, according with the timelines, in the code.
Well, what I was going to suggest is that we defer action and state what additional evidence the court might want, which is what I thought was an affidavit from the Postal Service that would, they're the piece of this, and they had to have to admit they made a mistake. The consequences of the deferral would be ongoing interest accruing through that, but if it was deemed that they did make, under this new criteria, that they did meet those standards, that all that would be waived anyway. So the risk could be, if we didn't waive it, then you'd have additional penalties on it. But I want to make sure we give everyone a chance to fully make every effort to and provide the information to the court that makes y'all comfortable with making the decision. Any other thoughts from the court about that? And
I would ask on one of these copied emails, the statements made, the post office on Hervey is open until 5, so Matt is going to try to go mail the checks there. although when I talked to him before lunch, he was still working on putting checks and statements together. A little frustrating, but we can talk about that later. So the checks were still being cut on the 31st of January, on that date, it appears. They had not been cut prior to that. They weren't there ready to go, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
But, so I guess we'd have to make some assumption that they finished doing that.
Yeah.
And so under our leniency, taking weather into consideration that, they got them by
There's another
February.
interesting statement in that chain of emails where they talk about contacting an individual who works with appraisal districts. And a statement is made that they are quite certain that the appraisal districts would work with them because of the weather.
Yeah, the CADs would allow us to be late because of the weather.
Of note is that there are some appraisal districts that collect.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work like that in every county.
Right.
But I will.
It would not always be the appraisal district to grant a waiver.
I agree. But I would also like to add, in support of what they're saying is, there is a text saying here, Matt just sent me a text saying mission accomplished. He did not stay at the hotel last time. He said he left home at 6 a.m. this morning. He said the roads weren't bad then, so mission accomplished, I guess is an indication that he got everything mailed.
Yeah.
But if I could add.
The question would be, what was his mission?
Yeah.
But if I could add, I mean, it affected McLennan County in the same way. The county's offices were closed. By the same measure, the post office was working with one employee. And so I can easily understand how it was mishandled because I'm sure he was one employee overwhelmed.
Right.
And so, but once it got to the post office, it's beyond our control. We don't have any idea what happens behind, once it leaves our possession.
That would be my question, because he says that, unfortunately, nothing left the Irvay outlet until February 3rd. So is it the position of Encore that between the 3rd and the 25th, that's all the responsibility of the post office?
Correct. Apparently, that batch of about 20 were just misplaced, and we don't know how that happened, but they were discovered, and then they were postmarked and went out.
Dustin, if you would reiterate what we had approved in the past, just
Yes,
make sure we're-
yes, sir. So for those that mailed, which would be this situation, it's been with some evidence or some indication that they mailed the payment prior to that January 31st deadline. And then those had a reasonable postmark date. And the ones we've approved, I believe, have been like February 2nd, February 3rd, February 4th in that time frame. So I think, Michael, kind of to your point there, to help the court make the decision, I think if there's any way, I know y'all tried with the post office, but that's really that gap. I think we meet the first part of the test the court has kind of set out, but it's that second part, the reasonable postmark date, that we don't have that evidence for. So just a statement or something from the post office addressing that, I think would go a long way.
I agree. I think in order to even kind of go by what the statute is saying, because if your position is you took it, and then from the 3rd to the 25th, the post office did something with it to help me, I would need something from the post office in some way. Not saying that the affidavit is incorrect, I wouldn't say that.
Sure.
But it does put us in a precarious situation.
Sure.
And Michael, the only other thing I have, and this is corporate, nothing with you, but I find it just surprises me that an entity as big as you guys waits to the last minute. I find that to be just because you would think these guys are planning forward, thinking of the events that could occur, okay? And so I'm a little surprised that it was that all this was going down.
Just one last statement from me. The standard put forward in the statute is sufficient evidence. And if there's a large number of questions, I don't believe that would be sufficient evidence.
I'm sorry, say that again, Scott.
Just the standard in the statute is sufficient evidence, and when there's this many questions, using my attorney hat, this, in my mind, with the number of questions involved, would not rise to sufficient evidence.
Well, playing devil's advocate.
Saying that there's a group of packages that got lost in the mail.
They stayed unprocessed in the post office.
Okay.
One made it out and the others didn't.
Yeah. Mike, did you have something to say?
I was just saying, playing devil's advocate, in the ones we have done in the past, even though we look at a date on the back end, what we've accepted is just people's statements that they got it in the mail. Here, we have an affidavit. It may or may not be true, but I'm just saying there's a situation where we're requiring more, and I think that's well within the court's discretion, but there already was an affidavit, which is something better than we got from any other applicant.
I do understand the significance of the affidavit. I'm looking at the date. The date is kind of.
Okay.
Because we're just taking other people at their word. Here we have a person who has testified under oath under the penalties of perjury.
Right.
Other people have made that statement, though, and their statements have been corroborated by physical evidence that have been postmarked.
Right, the dates.
Yeah,
those
we did have
dates.
evidence. All right, I'm gonna try one more time, make a motion to defer this item until, we can see if there's other questions. I think we know what the questions need to be. If there is a possibility of getting something from the post office, that could substantiate what you all believe, happened. And so we would have affidavits on both sides. If they're all on the same page, makes it real easy. If they're contradictory or contradict each other, then the court just needs to make the call.
Second.
All right, we have motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass. Thank you, Mike.
All right, thank y'all very much.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
All right, I don't think there's any pulls on the consent agenda item under item E. And you've had a chance to look at those. I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda at this time.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, I'd like to go to item F2A. This is discussion or action regarding matters relative to the FY24 budget and the FY23 tax rate, including but not limited to the budget policies, priorities, timelines, updates from county auditor and budget workshop session. So I'd like to ask Randy McGraw to come forward and also HR. Morning. Okay. Thank you.
Got an update.
I proceed.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm Randy McGraw with Hub International, and I'm here to review the health plan performance and present some concepts for consideration that would impact your budget in the future. And then, I don't know if you have it online or to present, but you have the paper?
Yes.
Okay.
And
We should have had a presentation email. Do you guys have that?
Well, I mean, I've got the one you emailed, I printed it off.
No, I was sorry, speaking to Tim.
Oh, okay.
Tim, I'll try to see if I can find it and get it over to you real quick, if that's okay.
But we've all got it.
Okay. So I'll start with page number 3, which is just some comments on the pace of inflation inside the health plan. And so currently, what we're seeing is on the pace of year-over-year pace of inflation on the medical claims expense, it's currently 34.9% higher than it was the same time a year ago. Last year, at the same time, it was minus 18% compared to the prior time period. So I'll let you catch up to page 3. Here we go. It's kind of a case of good news, bad news. On the pharmacy side of the equation, the pace of inflation year over year is 22%. Last year at this time, it was plus 75. And so I know there's a lot of questions on what's driving some of these things, and to kind of preempt that and get ahead for you is that basically, if we go to page 4, you can see the ride over time. So on January 1 of 2021, the county changed its plan administrator from Scott and White to United Healthcare. And it was like almost a switch got flipped, and you can see the pace of consumption of prescription drugs skyrocketed. And a large part of that during 2021 were some high-cost specialty drugs. And then as we migrated into 2022, we're still consuming a lot of drugs under the plan. And the most prevalent conditions that the high-cost drugs are going towards are diabetic conditions, and then some cancer-related drugs too. But you can see that the pace of inflation on the prescription drugs is starting to decline. And we have had some additional discussions and concepts for consideration as we move forward towards the plan year for next year, which begins on January 1st of 2024. If we go to the next page, just a summary here, and there's some good news here too. It's strange. There's good news in terms of the cost of care that we're consuming. And you can see at the bottom of this page too, the average discount rate or the average savings rate that we've had under our tenure with United Healthcare. And so previously, and what this is it measures the difference between provider's bill and what gets allowed to be considered paid under the plan. And in our tenure under Scott and White, our average discount rate hovered around 54 to 55% off of the gross billed charges. And you can see in 2021, just the change in the provider networks, our savings rate increased to 60.7%. Last year, a little bit better than 2021. And so far, year to date in 2023, this is through the month of April, we're at an even higher average discount rate of 65.5%. So the message is the cost of care being consumed by the county is very competitive compared to where it was before. The issue is that there's a whole lot more people consuming a whole lot more claims expense and prescription drugs. So we're getting a good deal, we're just consuming a lot of it. There's currently nobody in excess of our stop-loss deductible. The county carries a $175,000 deductible to protect itself from a catastrophic loss. Last year, we had 7 people exceed the threshold. If we look at page number 6, page 6 is a straight line comparison of our first third of the year through April, and would show a projection of total claims expense for the year to be $9 million. Last year was 8.5, 2021 was 6.4. And so you can see the big shift in between 2021 and 2022. And it's not going up as fast as it did in 2022. So hopefully things will start to calm down a little bit in terms of the total claims expense. Page number 7 just gives you a graphical representation of the total claims expense by month. And so you can see that the month of December of 2022 was kind of a tie with our second largest month ever, which was January of 2017. So the county's actually had pretty favorable losses over time, and we haven't increased payroll deductions for employees or contributions from the county in several years as well. But the ravages of inflation are starting to catch up with us, and it would be time to make some changes. On page number 8, this is our, what I would call the dashboard report. And I think the key things in this report are the right-hand side of the columns there, where it says the average PM, which is per member per month. So this is the average cost of care being consumed. And you can see in that first segment going across where we have it broken out by medical and prescription drug expense, you can see that in 2021, we averaged $128 drug expense per covered person under the plan. And that went to $162 in 2022, and we're at $191 so far year to date in 2023. So definitely prescription drug expense is one of the big cost drivers that are out there. We can see too the breakout between employees, spouses, and children. And you can see the differences between the consumer-driven health plan, or here it's labeled HDHP, and the base plan. The majority of the population at the county participates in the base plan. And you can see that under the high deductible health plan, that currently we've had some of our larger claims coming in that category. But due to the fewer number of people that are in there, it makes the average cost look a little bit higher there too. And then you can see that running total on the bottom of the average discount year over year. Page number 9 is just the ranking of our high-cost claimants. And so far, fortunately, no significant high-cost claimants through the month of April of 2023. And you can see that in 2022, we had 7 people exceed the deductible, which resulted in $504,000 of recovery, or that's the liability assumed by United Healthcare for the people that exceeded the stop-loss deductible. So again, it's not a case of there's a few number of people out there with really high-cost claims driving the spend of the program. It's pretty much a collective aggregate phenomena of more people consuming more drugs and healthcare at the same time. Page number 10 gives us the breakdown of a total number of members covered under the plan. So we're just under 1,500 total lives. That includes employees, retirees, spouses, and children. And you can also see the breakout between the high deductible health plan and the base plan. And again, year over year, there hasn't been much change or shifting back and forth between the two plans. And that's really a function of payroll deductions and benefits haven't changed either. So each year when open enrollment comes around, people tend to just stay with whichever plan that they have. And if we take a look at page 11, now you can see going all the way back to 2013 that actually the county's costs have been pretty stable over time. You've had some changes in enrollment, of course, but overall that's a very good graph compared to a lot of your peers. If we take a look at page number 12, here you can see the average cost by plan. And this is a 12-month moving average. The high deductible health plan is currently higher average cost than the base plan, which is kind of backwards. But again, it's a function of not critical mass and total number of people there and a few larger claims that have captured inside of that high deductible health plan. If we go to page 14, this is the forecast for funding on the plan. And the key information, and there's a summary page at the very end too that gets away from all the heavy math. But what the forecast is saying here is that at the beginning of the calendar year for 2023, the fund balance that you had on hand was just about $5.37 million. And the target fund balance that would be good to hold is 2.3. So the county has enjoyed a surplus in the fund balance, and that's helped offset some inflation over time, but things are starting to catch up with us. So our projection for the end of this year, going through December 31, which is the end of the calendar year, not necessarily your fiscal year, is that the fund balance would be about 2.9 million, just under 3, which again is more than that you need to have recommended. But with anticipation of inflation going through December of 2024, so that is 20 months of claims data to still come in between April and the end of 2024, would require if we're just going to fund the plan to make sure we have proper money in the fund balance, they would require a 28% increase in overall funding. And that would be both on the county side of the equation, what the county contributes, and to employees as well. And so a word about that too is that number would generate enough money to make sure that we meet our fund balance goals by the end of 2024. So the plan has sufficient money to operate through the rest of this year. It's just as we progress into 2024, the costs are going to start to pass up expenses even more. And it's not necessarily that you need to fund a whole $2.2 million in 1 year. That would solve the problem in 1 year. But you can also grow it back gradually. So just like we've been seeing the fund balance decline over time, now it would be good to see it grow over time. We don't have to necessarily fill it up the bucket all in 1 year. And you can see some additional information coming up too on the dental and the vision plan. So on page number 15 is the dental plan, which is also self-insured. The dental plan is totally paid for with employee contributions. It's not any county money being involved. The county contributes its time and expense in administering the plan, but does not directly contribute to the cost of the dental plan. And the dental plan is good news. There we've got a sufficient fund balance at the end of this year. We think that'll be about $172,000. And the target is 111. So we're good on the dental plan. And even assuming inflation on dental claims expense to 2024, there's no need to change benefits or rates on the dental plan unless you just wanted to. A couple of years ago, we made some enhancements to the dental plan. We added a second tier with some additional benefits so that employees could pick between a low and a high plan as well. On page 16 is and then the vision plan. I didn't prepare a chart on that. It's got almost a year's worth of excess funds in the vision plan. There's no need to change funding or rates or benefits on the vision plan either. So page 16 is a summary of the detailed math previously. So in the top portion, you can see the projected revenues for the 2024 plan year. Again, that's calendar year. And it would show between the county's contributions, which are about $6.5 million, and payroll deductions currently are about 1.5. And then we have rebates that are paid by United Healthcare back to the county, and those are used to offset our administrative expenses. But you can see that our total funds available going into 2024, including your fund surplus, would be about $11.1 million. And then for the projected expenses for next year, that would be 10.9. So we're barely covering the operating expense with the revenues that we have available. And the fund balance would decline to $176,000, which is well below the $2.2 million threshold. And so that's what drives the recommendation for an increase in the funding. On the dental portion down below, you can see there's no need to change the funding there. So not included in the presentation, but information that we've been making available to HR, and then also I think some of you had requested some information too, was to look at how this might impact payroll deductions and the county share of the contribution. So we've prepared several different exhibits that show what the impact would be if you just increased funding 28% on the county budget side, as well as 28% on the employee side. And then we've run a couple of other illustrations too to say, what if we just go halfway, increase it 14% in the first year? And then we've had some discussions too with the committee, is it doesn't have to be an increase of the same amount to all plans at the same time. So there's pretty much endless number of permutations that we can consider. So we ran some to say, what if we increased the base plan higher than the consumer-driven health plan? And so there's some different assumptions there. There's one assumption too to say, what if the county wanted to pick up the tab and not change payroll deductions for employees?
That's what we've been doing.
That would be about a $2.2 million impact on the budget if you were to do that. And then the flip side of that, we ran some illustrations too to say, what if it was the other way around? What if the county says, I'm not contributing more money, but employees can come up with the $2.2 million? And so, you can see on this chart right here, employees currently contribute about 1.4 million. And so if you were to say, let's let the employees pay, then that's another 2.2. So that means it almost triples the cost of payroll deductions if you were to do that. So I don't think that's a viable alternative. And then there's a couple of other things too that I mentioned that were driving some of the expenses. And one of them that we've looked at closely and had a lot of discussions with the committee and with United Healthcare too is the consumption of diabetic drugs. And the most popular drug in the market right now is Ozempic. And Ozempic is used to treat type 2 diabetes, and has a very good impact on managing type 2 diabetes and keeping your A1C levels down. And then the other side effect that comes with Ozempic is rapid weight loss. And so in the market, and it's not just the county that's seeing that, but Ozempic right now is the third most consumed drug inside the county's health plan. And we've currently got 54 people taking Ozempic, and I would describe it as the perfect drug from the drug manufacturer's perspective because it costs a lot of money, it makes them a lot of money. People want to lose weight, and diabetes is prevalent, and you take the drug monthly by injection, and if you ever stop taking it, then your weight comes back. So it's the perfect addictive drug that a third party pays for, which is great for diabetes, but there's currently not a whole lot of industry checking to make sure that the person truly has diabetes. And so there's evidence showing up in the marketplace too that some prescribers are saying, well, I'm going to prescribe metformin for you, which is an oral medication for managing type 2 diabetes, and then I'm going to also prescribe Ozempic, and then that makes it look like you're taking drugs for diabetes, but there's a lot of gray area, specifically with respect to that drug, where if you can get your doctor to say you have diabetes, then you can start taking Ozempic and help you lose some weight too. So there's other drugs that are from the same family as Ozempic that are on the market now, and we've done some checking with United Healthcare too. One of the recommendations we would have going forward is to implement some more strict requirements to prove that the person truly has diabetes before your prescription drug would go through for Ozempic. And so in other words, their system would look to see if Randy has been taking metformin or I've had other diagnoses for diabetes in the last 6 months or so, then when my doctor says I have diabetes and I go to the pharmacy, then my Ozempic gets filled. But if I don't have a history of anything that looks like I'm diabetic and the doctor prescribes for me and I go to the pharmacy, then it would get blocked. And then the doctor's office would need to offer up more proof that truly there is a valid diabetic diagnosis. And so some of the other drugs that are specifically from the same category of drug, but are specifically for weight loss and not for managing your diabetes. So the market's saying, well, if there's another drug you can do, but health plans typically have exclusions on weight loss drugs or treatment for weight loss. And so the alternative to Ozempic is a drug called Wegovy, and it actually costs more than Ozempic. So we wouldn't gain ground by saying, let's try to divert people to a different, it's called an SLG drug. So another part of consideration would be if there's people that are so obsessed with trying to lose weight, perhaps we give them an opportunity to have weight loss covered drugs covered under the plan, but oral medications and things like that, which would be a significant cost savings compared to either Wegovy or Ozempic. So we've got some requests into United Healthcare to do an analysis like that. And frankly, having the same conversation with all of our clients right now. Thank goodness you're not in Corpus Christi. In Corpus Christi, there's like a pill mill for Ozempic down there where the ratio, so for example, you have about 1,500 members and 54 people taking Ozempic. In Corpus Christi, there's clients that have 3,000 members that have 250 people taking Ozempic. You get up to 250 people taking Ozempic, that's $1 million to spend in a year right there. So some of those things are what's pushing the cost of the program up. And there's some relief that looks like it would be in sight in terms of making some changes to the pharmacy program. And then there's other things we could consider too. You don't have to just increase the funding for the plan. You can make changes in the plan design. But frankly, your benefit plan benefits they look pretty good overall, I think, compared to your peers. And to carve $2 million worth of healthcare expense out by changing deductibles or copays would require some very, very large increases in terms of what your deductibles would be. So I don't see any way out of not increasing the funding for the plan going forward. And it's just a question of how much could the county contribute versus what could changes in payroll deductions look like.
All right, thank you. Any questions? And when I ask for that, I don't know if you and Stacy have any questions as well. Come forward, because she has been studying that. But anyhow, does the board have any questions?
What was the justification for the difference in, on the models that you ran, Randy, on the 20% versus 5 or the 20% versus 10 on the consumer driven and the base? What justifications were there for changing those?
So
not being the same.
Part of the rationale there is that when the plans get a good percentage of enrollment in there, the consumer-driven health plan will outperform the base plan in terms of trend and increased expenses. And so part of the reason that people don't pick the biggest reason they don't pick the consumer-driven health plan is it's a big deductible, there's no copay.
$3,500 right off the bat.
And so but there's also the county makes a contribution to the health savings account to help offset employee expenses. You contribute $600 a year that goes into an account that employees can use for. So the part of the intent there is by making the payroll deduction cost different between the two, would promote more people to move toward the consumer-driven health plan, which in turn would lower long-term payments.
Have we seen that happen? Is there a history? Is there enough history yet to know if that is actually working?
Here it's not working, but on all of our other clients, it's a great success story. A lot of our clients right now, counties too that have consumer-driven health plans. About 50% of the population is in the consumer-driven health plan.
So if ours isn't working, do we know, Anna, why? And is there something else we need to do to make it work, or?
I think by changing the payroll reductions higher on the base plan relative to the consumer-driven health plan, will shift the enrollment over to that in the long run.
But even though, I mean, even when we have changed, it hasn't affected our population, I mean, that much. Is that correct?
The premiums are currently lower on the consumer-driven plan already in comparison to the base plan.
Right.
If we make that difference more extreme, we may get more
So are you
subscribers to
actually, are
that
you
plan.
punishing the base plan people though? Or if we're trying to force them that direction, why not just make it all consumer driven then? I'm just asking. If the idea is to do that, is this where you want everyone? Why aren't we there to start with? And why are we punishing the base people to force them there?
And just to have some clarity, you say your other clients are shown success. With the consumer health plan, however, they have 50% of their members on that plan where we do not.
We're about a third. Right?
So we're not taking advantage of the law of large averages. That's one way to think about it.
Say it again.
We're not taking advantage of the law of large averages.
And so what my statement that I just made was saying that we've never had, I don't know if we have not increased the rate enough, or if we haven't, we've never had any success moving people to the high deductible plan with the changes we made. And so, and we haven't made any changes in quite a while to the rates.
Changes in options.
Changes in options and all kinds of things, so.
Yeah, right now, the difference in payroll deductions, the consumer-driven health plan is available at no cost to employees.
Right.
For single coverage. And if you want to enroll in the base plan, it costs you $28 a month, or call it $360 in a year. And that's the financial part of the decision for employees is, would I rather save $360, but if I have a medical expense, I pay the full thing up to the deductible? Or I pay $360 and when I go to the doctor, I can have co-pays and things like that. So the difference between the cost provisions is what's causing a lot of people to say, it's just not worth it, I'm happy with doing it. And I think too, I mean, there's a lot of data. I know the committee sat through a long presentation with United Healthcare, which was way different than you ever saw data coming out of Scott and White. But some of the things that they were tracking in there too is that in your population, so they identify providers in the provider network so that when you look at them, they put a blue dot or a circle on all their provider lists, and that indicates that that provider they feel is a better quality provider than the others in the provider network. And it's not that they're cheaper, it's just that they're better. But historically, your population, so they track too, how many people, they just call it follow the dot. Because that's what they say. When you're trying to pick a doctor, look on the list, look at the dot, follow the dot. Only 35% of your population followed the dot. So what that means is everybody is pretty comfortable, to me, with their decisions on where they go to seek their health care. And we witnessed that too in the transition to United Healthcare. There was a little bit of a bumpy transition on prescription drugs and the tendency of the membership to want to use their local pharmacist relationship as opposed to changing their behavior. But historically, your population doesn't show much indication of an inclination to change behavior. You're just doing what you do and you kind of keep going because it keeps working for you.
Well, Dustin pointed out to also that we actually put money in the health savings account to entice more, and it really, it didn't help.
But it had to
Some,
work, didn't it?
some of our clients are putting in $1,000 or $1,200 a year into the health savings account. And that's a good way to help draw people in.
Is
You're
there,
saying we just didn't put enough in.
Well, 600 is good, but heck,
And even,
Yeah.
and even 300 of that is upfront
Right.
in January.
yeah, we put, for everybody enrolled on January 1, $300 comes in January. And then for people that enroll during the course of the year, they're prorated at
$50
per month. And then for people that got the first half of the contribution in January, starting in July through December, then it comes into your account $50 per month.
Do you think it's a choice of product? For instance, if I'm coming to the county, say 25 to single, and working at the jail, I'm probably gonna get the health savings account, or whatever it is that we call that. If I'm married, say in my mid to late 30s, I'm probably gonna get the base plan. So is it necessarily that they're looking at money, or are they looking at the product? Because no matter what we do and change to that health savings account, if I'm looking at the product, I'm not gonna buy that.
Yeah, so $50 isn't a lot of money coming in per month. I went to the doctor yesterday before I came out here, and I have a high deductible health plan, $100. Just to walk in.
If you're married and you're making 28,000, it's a difference, and you have children. It's a difference in what employees' expenses are, how they can handle when they have medical expenses.
Randy, do you have any clients who have their the contribution to the HSA dependent on how many members they have on the plan?
Some do. I don't have any clients that do that. But you can certainly do that. You could say, I'm going to contribute X amount of dollars if you have single coverage, more money if you have family coverage. And then, I guess from my perspective, but it's your decision and your plan, it comes back to the same type of comments you have. I've got one kid and it costs me $267 a month to cover my one kid. And Anna has 10 kids and it costs her $267 to cover her 10 kids.
So put that in the universe, Randy.
Then I'm like, wow, why can't I pay just $26 per kid and she's doing that, whatever. So again, that kind of comes back to the county side of the contribution is if you're single, I'm going to give you this much money, and if you're married with kids, then.
And I didn't mean, sorry to interrupt, but I didn't mean premium contribution
Right.
differences. I meant HSA.
HSA, yeah, but same concept though, is you're giving, if you say, I'm just gonna give, I don't care if you have 10 kids, no kids, whatever, everybody's gonna get $600 if you join this plan.
And then is there, since it seems like there's interest in kind of seeing if we can't encourage employees to sign up for a consumer-driven plan, is there a way to model what, say, our 2022 claims would have looked like had we had a 50% distribution amongst the plans?
Yeah, it's,
And before we go and
I have a
continue exploring that option.
Going on in a different direction. When I look at page 11, is it something that we missed? Because I see where from 2014 and 2015, it's just dollar difference. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, dollar differences. 2020, 2021, the difference maybe is still under 10, and then 2022, 2023. Did we miss opportunities to infuse money along the way that now we're here and we're talking about $2 million?
so, no, actually, the changes that we made back around 2018 and 2019 increased the fund balance for the county a lot higher than it needed to be. So at one point, it was even approaching $8 million of the fund balance. And so what was happening is as claims expense increased year over year, the $8 million just started to come down, and now we're down at that $3 million range starting this year and continuing to decline. So we could have, and so in past presentations to the court too, one of the hard things to do when you have a big surplus and it's declining is to say, we need to put more money in right now when you have more money than you need. But the problem is it's draining faster than things are coming in. So there could have been opportunities to increase funding in the past to make a little softer landing here. But one of the things that's also happening is just with the introduction of the higher cost specialty drugs over the last 2 years, that kind of compounded and accelerated the decline in the balance.
And really the expenses, I mean, we were on a long trend of flat to lower expenses from like about 2018 on. And then just, I think, not only the specialty drugs, but just the cost of care in general have gone up, correct?
Oh, yes.
I mean,
Cost of care is up. Everything's up.
Your inflation in general.
I have a follow-up to that, Commissioner, if I can. And so, and before kind of the brainstorming starts on setting that goal of what this catch-up is, this $2 million figure, I did look at your projection for the current year for gross paid claims, and it's actually slightly lower than calendar year 2022. And so I kind of wanted to pinpoint where that projection is coming from and if that would be a safe projection, I guess, for the following year.
Yeah, so the claims expense is starting to settle down. And again, what I was saying is, if we're looking at page 14, on page 14, it has projected total plan costs for this year to be 10.4 million and next year 10.9. So obviously it's not going up by $2 million. But what you can also see on that page too is when we look up near the top portion, the total contributions coming into the plan is 8.1 million. And so expenses for the plan are 10.4. And so that's, I would call that a funding gap. So you know, we just don't have enough revenue coming in, and that's draining our fund. And we're good for the end of this year, but going into next year, this is the time to take some proactive steps to make sure it doesn't go all the way down to zero.
And I was referencing page, sorry, I should have referenced my page 6, where it's 9.1 gross paid claims for 2022, and it looks like you're projecting it'll be similar for this current year, 2023.
Yeah. And that page is just the claims expense by itself, not any of the other reinsurance fees or administrative fees, and it doesn't include inflation.
My comments or questions at this point. I'm very interested to see what UHC comes up with as far as guidelines on Ozempic or its dietary twin, what you want to call it, on how that's going to work and how that could impact us positively. And secondly, my question then would be, are we better off funding the HSA or increasing funding HSA or using some of our reserve to prop up the bottom line on the plan, on the funding plan? So, and I know that's a question for the court to have to decide, but are we, you know, or doing one, or doing a combination of both, of all of it?
I think a combination of a lot of things is probably the best approach. And your current budget amount that you contribute to the HSA is $193,000 in a year. So if you were to say, let's give up on the high deductible health plan, take that 193,000, redirect it toward the traditional plan, which is the plan that most people prefer right now.
And I think as we get into budget, we will need to have you on speed dial, because we're gonna have some questions like that. You know, predicting next year's cost, it needs to be strongly considered now, to be sure that whatever we take action on this year, we don't have to just turn back around next year and refix the whole deal again. So, making sure, you know, that we're not too conservative yet realistic. The only other thought I have is that, you know, the last 8 years, we've kept premium costs for employees the same. We've done some shifting within the plans to try to get people over to certain areas. During that time, we've always been, I think, very realistic on COLAs and things like that. So where their costs set steady, their revenues, their personal revenues from salary and those things have gone up. Yet on the county side, we've put more and more money into it. And so let's look back where that money comes from. It comes from a taxpayer. So you take a taxpayer out there that owns a home, and they're funding their own health costs, like I have been, and their cost goes up each year. And so if they looked at all the taxing entities that are out there that they're paying taxes to for services, and their employees, those entities' employees aren't paying that extra. So that individual is paying their increased costs in insurance and paying the other entities' increase for theirs too. So I think there's some fairness in here that needs to be considered when we get into the budget time, to really understand what the effects of us continuing to cover those costs for the employees are. So, you know, I think at least a balanced approach needs to be looked at. But there's a lot of questions we're all gonna have, and I suggest that as you think of those questions and we get into budget, that please get those to Anna or Dustin, and so we can give you a heads up about, here's some things we're thinking about, can you help us with that? So when you come, you've had a chance to really put thought what you always do. I don't worry about that.
Yeah, we'll keep a very close eye on it. So the reporting cycle goes through right about the 17th or 18th of the month. So in about a week or so from now, we'll have some updated information.
Right, and so April is that was the last date of the update?
April is the last detailed data that we have.
Okay.
So the May data comes out around the 17th, 18th.
Yeah, so we're halfway, April was halfway through the year. And so it's important that we, you know, we'll be getting information all the way up to budget discussion.
And I think we've been taking advantage of what the self-insured health plan is for. Is if it performs good, it's good for the employees, good for the county. But when we start seeing changes, we have to address that so we don't get into a situation of, you know, how did we get here? So I do like that concept of, because I think the year before last maybe, or 2 years ago, which would be the year before last, never mind that, but we had an increase that the county took on. And it wasn't an exorbitant number, but it was an increase. We said, you know, it's not enough, let's go ahead and do it. But I think outside of that, I don't think the county has increased our funding a whole lot either.
No, right. Like I said, the trend has been real steady for a long time.
Okay, but what you're,
and we're not, you know, we didn't, I mean, the fund's not gonna go out of, fund's not gonna run out of money.
Right.
Until the end of fiscal '24.
So we've stepped up that we stepped up, but we kept that step up as we went along, so.
Now
And
it's
that's
kinda
what
like-
I can't find. I was looking through my, through, and I don't recall what we've done as far as county funding goes.
We increased for fiscal year 2019, and we haven't changed since then. Just looking here at the budget.
Right.
Yeah.
The county contribution?
Yes,
What we're-
and it was the year that we could have passed some of the cost on to the employee. We chose not to because the
How much
increase-
was that?
So I have it here per employee because we divide it out, even though it's a lump sum, just to have a per employee cost.
I mean, it was less than
But it was about $630 per employee.
$630 per employee.
That was based on the number of employees at that time. So,
Okay.
But no doubt it's time to
1,000.
do a little tinkering and fine tuning it.
We're not gonna run out of money at, next month or.
No.
Not
We're
until,
gonna finish
not
out.
until the end of fiscal '24 do we, so we don't necessarily need to, I think.
Knee jerk it.
Right, and make it all up in 1 year.
But we need to be,
But we need to be,
Predictive.
we need to change our, we do, I mean, and I think the committee's committed to doing that.
Do y'all have a recommendation for us?
Not an exact one. I think what will help is this modeling that Randy can compile for us as far as percentage of the members on each plan. But I think ultimately, like Randy said, it'll likely be a combination of a plan design change, formulary change, which is the prescription coverage plan, premium changes,
So you're gonna bring us
and
a
county
recommendation?
contribution change. I'm sorry?
Are y'all gonna bring us?
Yes.
A recommend, okay.
but
I'd like to see these figures for May to get the most up-to-date projection from Randy for the current plan year costs.
And then also
So-
from the committee.
so the budget, during the budgeting process, then when it comes to employees, you gotta have a conversation of, employee benefits, which includes this, because we contribute to it, and the COLA, and I think we gotta have that conversation at the same time. So we keep our employee benefits and salary levels at a competitive level, and how we get there, so I wouldn't be interested at all in selecting one thing and going with it until we gotta do it all at one time. It's got, because it's the same thing. And we generally do it that way, so. Okay. All right. Now,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Have a safe trip back to El Paso.
It wasn't all bad news.
Okay, it's 10:38. Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Recording in progress.
All right, let's call court back into order, 10:46. All right, at this time, I'd like to go to item M5 and have Ryan Durker come in. Ryan is now the interim director of emergency management. So, Ryan, congratulations on the interim position.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, you may proceed.
All right, so I believe the question at hand is dealing with the fireworks. The long and short of it is we are in a much better situation than we were last year. All of the available metrics from our KBDI and our drought map says that we're good to go. McLennan County is almost entirely out of drought stage, with the exception of the very far western sliver, which is technically D0, which is just abnormally dry. So from an emergency management perspective, I'm completely comfortable recommending that we go ahead and allow fireworks per the normal arrangement, with the understanding that in June and July is usually pretty dry months, and so things might get drier than they are now, but at this point, there's not a lot of concern. We're in pretty good shape.
Good. All right, so under that item is discussion or action regarding certain fireworks in unincorporated areas. So a decision needs to be, Dustin, outline what the decision or the motion would need to be.
Yes, sir. So what this is, the local government code allows the court to adopt the order regulating certain fireworks, which would be the sticks and fins for the July 4th holiday, and that has to be done prior to June 15th. And so if the court, we can either just deny this order, not approve this order. So I guess if you want to move forward with allowing all fireworks, it would just be a motion to not approve this order.
Okay. So I make a motion, we allow fireworks under that ordinance. Did I state that right, or is that close enough? Or?
I think we just want to specify that, Judge, the best way may be just to not approve this order regulating those certain fireworks.
All right, I make a motion, we not approve this order.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Okay, Dustin, you want to carry us back to the, and I briefly spoke to Francis at the break that under the FY 2024 discussion, we'll see how we go on the agenda, but she would, during that, right after that, go ahead and bring information forward discussing the budgeting process. Okay. And so that would be the last thing on our agenda. And if that means that we have to come back after lunch, that's what we'll have to do. Okay. All right.
Sounds good. So we'll move to item F, budget amendments. F1's regarding the FY 23 budget. Francis?
So for fiscal year 23, starting with F1A, so F1A1, this is in the Justice Court Building Security Fund. And this one, we needed to defer this. This was also related to item G1, that needs to be deferred another.
Under F1A?
F1A1.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to defer F1A1.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
And then moving on with F1A2, this is in the Law Library Fund, also for JP3, and he is requesting to increase his legal reference materials line to cover future invoices for the remainder of the fiscal year. And then F1A3, this is in the General Fund for JP3. The request is to move within that department into supplies to cover the cost of additional printing overages for the year, plus some additional costs that they plan on incurring before the end of the year. F1B, this is General Fund 170th District Court. The request is to move within that department into visiting judges' compensation as well as professional development. And those
I've got a question. Have we done this? Is that for a visiting judge before?
Yeah, so there was just a dollar placeholder in that line. That department hasn't used that consistently. And so he's needing to move some money over in that line. But that's something that we see
Right, okay, but my
throughout the year.
question is that I understand that we have to pay visiting judges, but do we pay for their education as well?
I'm sorry. No, so I think there are two unrelated requests there. So
Okay.
one to compensate the visiting judge, and the other is for professional development for the staff in the office.
gotcha. I'm
Sorry, I wasn't very clear about that.
Well, I misunderstood it. Okay, carry on.
And then F1C, this is General Fund Information Technology Department. They have a repair and maintenance line and then a separated repair and maintenance specifically for the phone system. Just helps to track those costs better. And so we're just needing to make a slight adjustment between those two lines. And so you'll see that there between the two repair and maintenance line items. F1D, this is General Fund Countywide Department. And so you approved the new property coverage with TAC earlier. I think it was in early May or mid-May, and so we knew there was a substantial increase that you all talked through. So this accommodates that increase for this year. This specific policy, the coverage starts July 1st. It runs July to July. So we do have to make it an accommodation here, and then of course we'll accommodate that in the following budget year as well. There's also an additional request in the countywide department to increase furniture and equipment. And so this was to purchase some cement flower pots for the courthouse to help the way the outside of the courthouse looks. F1E, this is General Fund Constable Precinct 4. And the request is to move within that department into the supplies line as well as the telephone line. And that is to just cover increased costs for this year. F1F, this is General Fund District Attorney. So they are requesting to move from their full-time employees line. There have been vacancies, so there is excess funds there. And he's requesting to increase other services and charges for bar dues, as well as the part-time pay line item.
Okay.
F1G, this is General Fund Engineering Department. They are requesting to move within their department to increase repairs and maintenance for some cost related to tires for their truck. F1H, this is Fund 418. It's the permanent improvement portion of our venue project. And this was related to an AT&T invoice that you approved on the last agenda for $591. Because it's related to the venue project, it must come from that fund. So we're moving from the contingencies within that fund. F1I, this is General Fund County Jail. They are requesting to move from their full-time employees line, also due to vacancies. They have excesses there, and they are needing to increase their motor vehicle operating line as well as other services and charges. And then F1J, this is a certification of revenue and related budget amendment. This was proceeds. This was for proceeds from China Spring ISD. They were billed for the time and supplies that were needed to send out corrected tax statements after the voter approval rate did not pass. So they billed that out. And so we're not certifying the amount for the labor because that, of course, was already budgeted as far as their full-time employees go. But we did receive, part of that funding was for supplies, printing, and postage. So we're certifying that amount, $4,171. And then they requested to increase those specific line items where they incurred those charges. So supplies, printing, and postage. And then that concludes the 2023.
Okay, any questions anyone have? If not, is there a motion to approve F1A2 all the way through F1J?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Okay, Dustin?
All right, we'll hold item F2. Moving down to item G, bids, RFPs, RFQs. G1 is authorization of quote from Quinn Technologies for JP Precinct 3 camera system upgrade. We're still waiting on updated quote, so we recommend this be deferred.
I'll make a motion to defer.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
G2 is authorization of recommendation for bid 23-002, McLennan County North Crooked Creek Bridge Replacement and Tonk Creek Lane Bridge Repair. And I believe Ken is back and on via Zoom.
Oh, okay.
Yes, can't get my camera to work, but we received one bid on this. We did send this out to the normal folks that bid on our projects. And just so saying, we checked with the engineer that did the design on the two projects, and we're within 5% of his estimate on how much it was going to cost, and we're within 7 days of the estimate time for the construction. The bid amount total is $999,800. And again, that's a pretty extensive work at the North Crooked Creek Bridge. And of course, we also working on the Tonk Creek Lane Bridge repair. We recommend, and I believe Zane will support me on this, we recommend going ahead and granting the award for the North Crooked Creek Bridge replacement and Tonk Creek Lane Bridge repair to DJ Hanson Construction Corp. In the amount of that $999,800.
And you have done, Hanson has done work for us before?
They have bid on a number of projects. I'm going to tell you the truth, Judge. I don't know that they have.
Okay, but they're a well-established company.
Yes, they are.
Hanson is, yeah. Okay.
Yes, they are.
All right. Any other questions anyone would have? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve G2.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
G3 is authorization regarding renewal of bid 22-011, printing for various departments with Jones Printing Company. Ken?
Yes, we contacted Jones Printing. They would like to renew this agreement with no increase in cost to us. If the court accepts, the contract term would be effective from August 2nd, 2022 through July 31st. But that's not right. Why is it saying that? I believe it'd be from August of 23 through July 31st of 24. Yes. It's our recommendation to continue this bid.
Okay. Any questions?
Motion to approve G3.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
G4 is authorization of work order inspection proposal with the Tyson Krupp Elevator Corporation for elevator inspections and safety tests. TJ?
Yes, good morning, everyone. So this is our typical yearly testing allowance that we put in for the elevator company. You will see there was an increase this year versus last year. Part of that has to do with the unit that we added over at the Coliseum, so that takes up a little bit. And then the other part is, I'm sure, just inflation is everything else. So we've reviewed this. Everything looks to be good to go, and we are seeking approval.
Okay, any questions?
When's the last time it was bid, TJ?
Oh, our elevator work itself has probably not been out in several years. I know at least since I've been here, we've not.
Okay. Is there anyone else that does this sort of work?
Yes, there are several companies around town, a couple of local forces actually around the Georgetown area that have a lot of technicians around here. So the opportunity is there if we're interested in doing it.
We generally have this tied to a cooperative agreement. So technically we haven't generally bid it because we've got it already tied to a already bid contract.
Like on a buy board?
Yes.
Okay, well, if it's on a buy board, that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
G5 is authorization of quote from GTS Technology Solutions for fingerprint readers for Sheriff's Office tough books. The current tough books used by the SO are becoming obsolete, and included in this year's budget were funds for the purchase of new tough books. They're being rolled out over the next few months. These fingerprint readers allow two-factor authentication. Tough books were supposed to be ordered including these fingerprint readers. They were not included for some reason. There is a cost associated with them of $10,115.30, and that would be roughly the same amount had they been ordered correctly. But IT will be able to swap out the current card readers and put these fingerprint scanners in place. And David Ives is on in case there's any questions, but I think this helps us better be compliant with CJIS standards and others in terms of that two-factor authentication.
Okay.
And the intent was to have this in the first place, correct?
Right.
Yes, sir.
All right, any questions?
I'd make a motion to approve G5.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Under item H, contracts, interlocal agreements, H1 is authorization of customer service agreement with RW Lone Star Security for shredding services for the Highway 6 jail. Ken?
This is a renewal for existing agreement. Again, it's a renewal at no price increase over last year. It's for Highway 6 jail, and it's for secure shredding. If approved by the court, it would be from June 6, 2023 through June 5th, 2024. It's we have a total of 5 95-gallon containers. The per service visit charge is $175, and they come every 2 weeks.
And there's no increase.
No increase.
All right. All right, any questions? If not, what's the pleasure of the court in approving or not RW Lone Star Security LLC's contract?
Move to approve. Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
H2, authorization of interlocal cooperative agreement with City of Robinson for road work. Commissioner Smith?
Just a standard agreement with them for an interlocal to do some work within their incorporated area.
Is that a motion?
And would make the motion that we approve it.
I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
All right, next, sorry, I'm skipping around. H3 is action to rescind previous approval on the April 4th, 2023 of interlocal agreement with City of Golson for road work. And I'm not sure, I'm looking for an email. I think this may need to be deferred. Give me 1 second, I'm sorry.
Okay, try.
I'm believing this needs to be deferred today.
Okay, I'll make a motion to defer.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
H4 is authorization of pricing supplement agreement with TransUnion Risk and Alternative Data Solutions for searches reports for Constable Precinct 1. Call on April Lingo if she's on. I don't see her on, so I'll cover it. It's same pricing as the previous year, and it just allows them to do searches such as address report, locate asset reports, and things like that.
And any of the other officers use this same?
I know Donna Kirkland, our resource connection clerk, uses TransUnion as well.
Right. Yeah, and I know that when she recommended going to that, we got a lot of really good information back, so.
Yes.
All right. Any questions anyone have? If not, is there a motion to approve the pricing supplement agreement with TransUnion Risk and Alternative Data Solutions Incorporated?
So move.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
H5 is authorization of memorandum of understanding with Golson Independent School District Police Department for communication and coordination with McLennan County Sheriff's Office. David Ives.
Morning, David.
This is Katie Taylor with the Sheriff's Office. I'm filling in for David Ives this
All right,
morning.
good.
We actually need to defer this item. We were notified by Golson ISD that there are some minor errors in the MOU. So we're waiting for them to correct those errors and get it back to us before we resubmit this
All
item.
right, thank you. I'll make a motion, we defer.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Judge, I apologize. That was the item with Golson that needed to be deferred. H3, the action to rescind previous approval on the April the 4th, 2023 interlocal agreement with City of Golson for road work. The city no longer needs this work to be done. So if we could go back to that item, and we just need a motion to rescind the agreement with the City of
All right.
Golson.
Okay, what's that item number?
H3.
It is H3.
All right, under H3, is any questions? If not, is there a motion to defer? I'll make the motion in second.
No, we need a motion to rescind the agreement or to cancel. Do we need a motion to cancel the deferral?
I think since we're on the same agenda, we're okay if we just go back and take action to actually rescind the previous interlocal agreement.
So I make a motion that we rescind the agreement with the City of Golson.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
H6 is authorization of contract for software with EDOC Technologies for District Clerk Case Management Software, EDOC Suite, and this needs to be deferred as well.
All right, I'll make a motion to defer.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H7 is regarding the second professional consulting contract addendum with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman for authorization of professional services invoice for the McLennan County water planning. This invoice totals $2,750 and is through their services through May the 12th, and it's recommended for approval.
Okay, any questions? If not, I'll make a motion to approve the invoice from Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman Incorporated. Is there a second? Have a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
I is capital improvement, repair, and construction projects. I1 is regarding McLennan County Downtown Jail remodel for courtrooms and office space, agreement with Brinkley Sargent Wigington, authorization of invoice number 7. This invoice totals $5,000, and it's for work on their programming and conceptual layout phase, and is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
I2 is regarding capital improvement projects for the Cameron Park Zoo, agreement with City of Waco, authorization of invoice for the Education Center, Veterinary Hospital, Hoofstock Barn, and Penguin Exhibit. Francis?
Sure. So this is the invoice from the city for reimbursement for expenses they've incurred for the zoo projects. Like Dustin said, it totals $356,096.38. Our office has reviewed the backup and the invoice and recommended for payment.
All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion second. Any other discussion?
Judge, I do have a question. What % complete are they on the project? Do we get a report sometime soon on maybe where they're at, or
We can help reach out and
Yeah, we can get that.
just kind of curious for an update on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
In the packet, there's, I'm looking at this.
Yeah, generally that has what the percentage increase is. When they send that over, I didn't look at it.
Along that same line, while Commissioner's looking, is there a way when we approve these to know what's left in there?
I think that document has it, so
Okay.
we'll see if we can pull it.
sure. And I can,
Yeah.
and we, we keep tabs on it as well, just on
Sure.
our
I
records.
just-
So I
I
Are
can,
you talking about money, or are you talking about what's left to do?
What's left of the bond money?
Okay.
Every time we make a payment, we're
Yeah.
paying, I'm curious how much is left.
Good. We can get that later. Appreciate you looking.
37.2%.
37.2.
Is that right?
That sounds right. Okay, and Mr. Smith, we'll bring it back to you. Otherwise, we have a motion second. Is
Right.
any other questions? If not, is there a motion, excuse me, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right. thank
I3 is regarding the 415 Columbus Avenue site demolition proposal with Walker Partners. This is an invoice totaling $1,300 for final documents and franchise utility coordination. After this is paid, that'll leave a balance of $7,800. It's recommended for approval.
All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion approved. Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Two items under I4 we can handle together. Authorization of invoices from Target Solutions for roof hail damage repair. I4A is regarding the purchasing roof. I4B is regarding records building roof. So call on Francis and TJ.
Yes, these are the emergency repair invoices from the hail damage that we received in the downtown campus. There will be an additional 2 invoices that'll show up here pretty soon. One for repairs over at Juvenile, and then one for a lift rental associated with our TAC investigation team that was down week before last. So those will come before the court here in the next couple of weeks, and we'll get those pushed out. Once we receive our final report from TAC, we may actually even have them come to court and maybe give that report on what all the damages were and where they see the repair costs kind of being. It's going to be a large claim. They've already kind of warned us of that, so hopefully we can get them in and get their evaluation.
I kind of like the way Farm Bureau Insurance does it. They sent me a check and told me to go get my roof fixed. But anyhow, any questions about these?
I do, very quickly. Each of these carries a $25,000 deductible on each individual building. Is that correct, TJ, or is it aggregated?
No, sir.
It's aggregated?
It's per event.
So if we've got between these two, $52,000 worth of damage, then it's only a
one-time
$2,500 if this was all, but we don't know that this is all, correct?
No, it's definitely not all, but Commissioner, it's per event. So that one hailstorm will be covered by that $25,000. That's our deductible.
Good.
It's all the buildings, and
Okay.
so it is a little bit misleading.
I feel better.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. And, okay.
So do we feel like that the roofs are a total loss?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
They don't mind it. Any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve item I4A and I4B?
So moved.
Second?
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Under item J, real estate, J1 is approval of order authorizing the county judge to execute all instruments necessary for the sale of property. And this is the old Justice of the Peace Precinct 4 building that we've discussed the last couple of court sessions. And as stated, it authorizes the county judge to execute any documents necessary for the sale of the property located at 307 South Madison in McGregor.
All right, any questions?
Motion to approve J1.
Second.
Have a motion and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Under item K, grants, grant proposals, K1 is our ARPA discussion. K1A is authorization of legal services invoice from Haley and Olson PC for ARPA matters, December 2022 through April 2023. Auditor's office had suggested and requested that the ARPA invoices from Haley and Olson get court approval, and these have been reviewed and are recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? If not, what's the pleasure?
So move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
K1B is regarding the professional services agreement with BKD, authorization of grant administration services invoice through April. This invoice totals $9,780.06 for their grant administration services. It has been reviewed and recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
K1C is regarding the professional consulting contract with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman Incorporated for authorization of professional service invoice 14A, and this totals $4,784.51, and it covers their expenses through May the 12th, and it's recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve the invoice from Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman Incorporated?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
K2 is regarding the bipartisan infrastructure law discussion. We heard from Georgina Ibarra, and she will have an update for the court on June 20th. So I don't believe there's anything further today. Moving on to item K3, authorization of fiscal year 2023 Consolidated Local Central Services 2CRF 200 cost allocation plan and indirect cost rate proposal. Francis?
Yes, so this is just the document that was put together to meet the requirement that we have to have a cost allocation, indirect cost plan percentage. So this is for fiscal year 2023.
All right, any questions?
No question, but I saw that document. Thank you. A lot of work looked like it goes into that, a lot of numbers.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Move to approve K3.
all right, is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
K4 is regarding the Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart Grant, and this is an invoice from Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman, number 14. It totals $7,831.25 for their engineering services related to that Water Smart Grant through May the 12th, 2023, and it's recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Under item L, Department Office Specific Requests, L1 is purchasing authorization of online auction with Renee Bates, related ad, and order declaring certain property as surplus and authorizing the disposition of same. Ken?
We have a couple of vehicles at Highway 6 jail, mostly computer, electronics, and accessories at the purchasing office. And at Cobb's, we have assorted furniture items and some old push mowers and just in general items that need to be disposed of. If approved by the court, we'll begin the auction on June 9th, 2023, and it will close on June 23rd, 2023.
All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Have a motion and I'll second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
L2, Elections, ratification of updated data services hotspots information. Ken?
Yes, when we brought this item to the court a couple of weeks ago, there was an oversight made in writing the letter to the court. We did have an existing hotspot here that we have at no charge, but we have the three devices that we obtained new from AT&T. We said there was no charge, but actually there was a charge of $249.99 per device. We wanted to come to the court and correct that for your information. So I don't know what else to say. We apologize for that oversight on our part.
All right, any questions?
Ken, is there a monthly, did you say there was or was not a monthly charge associated with these three devices?
There is. It's a kind of a modified deal though, because we don't use them all the time. So it actually is not a bad deal for us.
Okay. So I guess that was my next question then. If they're just backups and we're not using them all the time, are we getting charged for them by the month also if they're not being used?
I think it's a smaller amount.
Smaller amount. And we're doing this so that we ensure we have internet services. Is this less expensive than going with another provider, like if we have AT&T using Grande as a backup or vice versa? Is this a less expensive way to do this?
Well, we have Verizon, And so now what we have is Verizon and AT&T devices.
Right.
And some have, depending on where they're used, speaking from personal knowledge, that sometimes AT&T works better at one location and
Right.
Verizon works better at another one. I'm not trying to get into y'all's technical field over here.
The way I understand it is that the Verizon wasn't working at all,
Saying
and that they needed.
That was a hard cable cut though, wasn't it? That was the problem with Verizon. Was it a wireless also?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't working at all the week before the election, and so we were scrambling, trying to make sure we had backup to make sure that it would work. And I'll just come back and share from the letter that we sent originally on May 2nd. The monthly charge, is $30 per month for unlimited data, excluding applicable taxes and fees. And so it may be just a straight $30 per month, but I'll follow up on that.
Okay.
We have had a deal when we weren't using stuff that they would allow us to put them to sleep. So I'll follow up on that.
Thank you.
All right. What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve the ratification.
Second.
All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
All right, moving on to item M, additional items. M1 is discussion and action on request for waiver of penalties and interest on property taxes. I'll share my screen quickly. I'd like to do Adams and Kanika, these two first. Kurt Adams, the check date was January 31st. His letter stated that he mailed it on January the 30th. Postmark date was February the 2nd. So we recommend that one for approval. For Christine Kanika, the check date was January 31st. They stated it was mailed on January 31st and postmark date was February 3rd. So that meets our kind of two steps. So that one's recommended for approval as well. Mr. DeLeon was one that was paid by a credit card on February the 1st. And what we've been doing with those for people that paid in person or online, they must have paid on or prior to February 2nd. That's the day we open back up at 10 a.m. So that one is recommended for approval as well. So M1A, B, and C are recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
M2, selection designation of public members of the Salary Grievance Committee regarding the FY24 budget. Mercedes, did we have any update for today?
We just need a motion to approve. We now have the 6 public members required for the committee.
All right, the list is in front of you. Is there a motion to approve these?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
M3 is authorization of appointment to the Heart of Texas Behavioral Health Network Board of Trustees. Mr. Peter Colgin had previously retired, and the HOT has recommended the appointment of Mr. Josh Blake to the role of Board of Trustees.
And I support that. He is a guy that's very interested in helping the community move forward, has interest in being involved in the mental health issues in the county, and he's proven to be a good leader, and I would make a motion that we approve his appointment.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
M4 is discussion and/or action regarding request to rename roads with a numerical system and display signage at Restland Cemetery. I'd like to call on Heather.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, or good morning.
This is a request for your consideration to potentially rename the roads out at Restland to just a strict numerical order. Right now, they're currently a combination of numbers and letters, and some are even both. I feel like this will be beneficial to the folks visiting out there to have a clear and concise, method of the numbering on the rows, and then also the ability to display signs. Currently, there's kind of a hodgepodge of row markers out there. There's been row markers that have maybe never been set, and so some rows are just simply hard to locate because of the system of how they're named and then the missing row markers. So I think this would just clean it up, create a better record keeping system, and just look really nice.
Okay, that's, glad y'all doing that. That's been a long time coming. The confusion of location of where folks' final resting places has been something we've needed to deal with. Appreciate y'all doing that. All right, any questions anyone would have? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve M4.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Judge, Chris's item comes next. I don't know if she's in court yet, but we only have a handful of other items, so we want to knock those out since
Yeah,
we'll be going.
keep going.
into
She's not
executive.
in here yet.
Okay, M7 is authorization of fixed asset transfer forms for asset transfers from various departments. Francis, did you want to cover this?
I can, yes. Sorry. So they are asset transfer forms that are placed on an agenda due to the current policy. So they are items that exceeded $1,000 at their time of purchase. So there were rotary file and lateral file pieces of furniture from the county clerk's office, and those were not able to be used. They were damaged when removed to where they were determined to be salvage. And then also there was a bobtail dump truck. And it's being transferred from Road and Bridge 4 to the Heart of Texas Fairgrounds.
All right, any questions? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve M7.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
M8, authorization of order approving the temporary closure of a portion of Surrey Ridge Lane in Precinct 1. Commissioner Smith?
Yes, sir. We've had a request from the association, neighborhood association out there. They're wanting to become more active, and one of the things they're wanting to do is to have a fun run, a 5K fun run and walk, and it would be on Surrey Lane itself, which goes from I-35 Service Road to Moonlight, and so they're requesting the closure of that on 9/23/23 from 7 to 10 a.m. And they have been in contact with the sheriff's office and the city of Robinson, because part of it will go through the neighborhood as far as coordinating the security and traffic control. So that's their request, and I would make that in the form of a motion.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion second. Any questions? I've got one. Who's the beneficiary of the event? Said it's a part non.
I don't know that there's even a charge to run. I don't think there is. I think it's just for the neighborhood.
No, but it's saying it's doing it for. So is it,
Oh, okay, the neighborhood association, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The neighborhood association, it would go back to
it
there.
says it, I'm sorry.
Yes, I apologize.
All right, okay.
Misunderstood you.
Any other questions? If not, we have a motion second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
M9 is authorization of Alacrity Solutions Condition Report Settlement Offer for a claim. Francis, did you want to cover this one as well?
Sure. So this is an offer. The total after the deductible is $18,372.58. It is the settlement for the 2016 Chevrolet Express van that was stolen.
All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve this settlement?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Under item M10 regarding the 1211 Washington Avenue building, M10A is discussion and action regarding partial relocation of criminal district attorney's office, and M10B is authorization of office renovation modifications for specialty court. TJ?
Yes, so what you'll see is kind of a two-part ask that we've got going on for 1211 Washington. So the DA's office has come to the space work group, and they are in dire need of some additional office space just due to some changes that they have made in their office personnel. So what we're asking for is for a temporary relocation of the DA's staff, mostly pertaining to their CPS group, over to the 1211 building. Will require no modifications to the building at all, but they will inhabit the first floor. The second part of the ask is for the specialty court folks, which we have agreed to move them over there in past sessions, but we need to build them out a small space on the second floor. So there will be some minimal cost associated with that. And I will put together that budget and bring it back to court next session. That way we can gain approval for it financially. But that's pretty much the ask. Like I said, this will be a temporary move for the DA's office until the construction project for the downtown jail is completed, a number of years from now. So we use the word temporary lightly.
Lightly,
Yeah. Okay. All right. Any questions?
A couple of, you have shown here a shower. Are you building a shower? Is it it already has a shower?
No, sir, it's already there. It was part of the.
Okay, it was showing up. I didn't know what it would. Okay, all right. And then this fits the recommendations of the Space Committee?
Yes, sir.
As far as what they need? Okay.
All right. Any other questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item N, Americans with Disabilities Compliance Project, N1 is authorization of professional services invoice with CPNY doing business as STV. ADA study report for the month of April. It totals $1,585. It has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
All right. Any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Have a motion. Is there a second? I'll
Second.
second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, Judge, that's all the action items, I believe, with the exception of Chris's monthly economic development report.
All right. Is she going to be online or is she coming here?
I believe she is coming over, but I will text her real
Yeah,
quick.
text her right quick. We'll just hang on right here.
Judge, she is on the way over, so if we want to do like a 5-minute recess, that would be good.
Yeah. Well, let's take a 5-minute recess.
Recording in progress.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, let's call court back into order. All right, I'm gonna go into executive session under 551.087 pertaining to economic development, and we'll be getting some report from Chris Collins. And besides the commissioners, have Dustin Chapman stay in.
and maybe the A&M camp.
Recording in progress.
Okay, let's call court back into order. Like to go to item M6, Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce Monthly Economic Development Report for through April of 2023. So we have Chris Collins here today.
Good morning, and I guess officially it's almost afternoon. Thank y'all. What we have before you is the April Economic Development Report. Through our activity, we're seeing pretty stable numbers in comparison to 2022. Our level of activity is still really strong, and I think I've mentioned this in the past, that it's still really large projects. We've had a couple of smaller ones that have come through our door, but small is always relative. You know, for us, what used to be a $20 or $30 million project, which was a really large project, and now that's on the smaller end of the scope. But we will never ever take those things for granted, because you never know how things go. Overall, when you look at the level of activity, it's still very strong. What you don't have before you, and our May numbers on our business retention visits had a really, really great month there. So we're getting caught up to where we should be for this time of year. Our business retention expansion person is about to be on maternity leave for a little while. So we've got a great plan in place for how we're going to keep the team active in relation to doing those visits. And then our out-of-market visits are continuing to be on par, doing more traveling than we had in the past couple of years. But that also is really helpful, because we see a lot of consultants reaching out to us directly with opportunities. So looking at what's happening, we do have a great project announcement to share with you, which is Allied Steel Buildings is going into McGregor. They did a groundbreaking about a week ago, and they are a structural steel building fabricator. So originally what their business was they would design and do project management for these prefabricated structural steel facilities. So think about airplane hangars, warehouses, production facilities. They would design them, they would ship that out to a third party to fabricate, and then they would oversee that entire project for their client. Now they're getting into the process of building those themselves and fabricating them, and that's what this operation at McGregor will be. This will be their second production facility. Their first in the United States. Their first production facility was in Spain during COVID, and so this is a great thing for our country. It's a great thing for our community, and we're glad to welcome them in. It's a 140,000 square feet facility to start, and then they have plans to grow that site to an additional 363,000 square feet.
Additional 360.
That's $500,000.
It'll get you to 360,000 square feet. Sorry, but still, I mean, that's a lot of property and a lot of square footage on the ground. $25 million initial investment, and they will start with 25 employees with an average annual wage of $55,000 a year plus benefits. These are highly skilled positions. They are looking to hire locally, and they will train them locally as well. And they're already talking with the school district about partnerships and how they can help create a pipeline of young people into their facility. But it will be highly automated as well, and that's how they can get through a 140,000 square foot building with 25 people. And lots of robotics associated with that, so it'll be a really nice project for the community. But they'll be bringing in engineers, they're looking for programmers, they'll have a management team, and then they'll have process operations here. So good company to start and to go into the park, and they don't need rail.
Okay, good.
So I just wanted to share what's on the horizon for us. We have 17 various projects that we're working through right now that are on the higher end of activity. Those are in manufacturing, distribution, professional services, and energy. Those represent about 1,100 new potential jobs in our marketplace, 2.3 million square feet of new construction, and about at least $4.6 billion of new investment into the area. So there's a lot of activity that's happening right now, and we're glad to be in the situation that we're in right now, too. And that concludes my report.
Okay. Good announcement.
Thank you.
Great. So, any questions anyone would have? All right, if not, is there a motion to approve, Chris's report for recording purposes?
So move to approve M6.
Second.
All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank y'all.
All right. Okay, let's recess until, what time? Everybody be back here by 1:15? What's the pleasure?
Let's do 1:15.
Yeah, 1:15.
All right, we'll reconvene at 1:15.
Recording in progress.
Okay, let's call court back in second. Going to item under F2, F2A, discussion or action regarding matters related to the 2024 budget and the 2023 tax rate, including but not limited to the budget policies, priorities, timeline, updates from the county auditor and county budget work sessions as needed. So, Francis?
So to start first, we do have one action item, and the calendar was in the packet. You had approved this originally beginning of May, but we had to make a couple adjustments to it. They are all dates related to the salary grievance pieces. So we moved the salary grievance hearing, if necessary, forward a few days. The hearing result on Commissioners Court agenda, we moved it forward a week, and then the publication for the elected official salaries. So we've updated those and then added the evening notation on the tax rate hearing if necessary. We discussed that and y'all decided, so I just went ahead and added that. So we just need to approve the revised calendar as presented.
Okay, anyone have any questions on that? If not, is there a motion to approve the amendments to the calendar?
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose, pass. Okay,
So a second, we passed out a notebook to each of you. And so we thought this would just be a good way to house some of the papers. I know there's a lot that's passed out, but we thought we'd, house some permanent information in here for you. And then there's not a whole lot yet, but as July rolls on, we'll give you stuff to add into some of the tabs. So we'll also have the information on the budget drive if you prefer that method. But just thought this might be handy to get organized. So just to go through it real quick, the first tab, that calendar that's in that pocket, that is the revised calendar that you approved just a couple minutes ago. And then behind it, there's just the very vague calendars for the next 3 months. So just at a glance, it might be helpful to have those in front of us. There's a general information tab, and in there you'll find a listing of all the funds that you're tasked with approving a budget for this summer. So, a few that are ad valorem funded, and then our special revenue funds. So it gives a description of each, and then there's also a department listing for general fund. So that may be a helpful resource. And then there's also at the end of that section, there's a listing of the mission statement, vision statement, goals, policies as well. Presentations, those are just the presentations we've had to date. Budget binder, we're going to go over that today. So that's what I'm going to present on today. Tax rate info, we'll be getting that to you as we start meeting in July. And then there's 3 tabs at the end, and there's 3 weeks in July that we'll be meeting. So they're the first week of July, and it's July 6th through 7th. And then the week of July 11th through 14th, and then the week of July 25th through 28th. And so in each of those pockets, there's a very tentative schedule, but at least just lets us know when we'll need to meet. We may not need to meet all those days, all those times, of course, but they're set up if needed. So hopefully that'll just help give us a glimpse of where we need to go. So going back to the tab that says Budget Binder. So this isn't the first year we've done this, and we're hoping that this helps and gives a little context to budget workshops. But this is a compilation of trends, historical information, how major decisions you've made over the last years has affected our financial position and what it looks like as a whole. So most of the information in here and that we'll go over, it is through our last completed fiscal year, 2022. There's a few exceptions where we do have 2023 information, but it is it's got varied topics, not just general fund, but it talks about special revenue funds and our debt service and permanent improvement funds, and there's a lot in there. If you want to go through that sometime before July, I think it will be helpful, kind of gauge where we've been. If you have any questions about it, just holler at us and we can help answer any questions that you have. But I am going to go through some highlights of what's in this packet. So So on page one of it, I'm sorry, page two, it is just a compilation of major events since 2017. So I know sometimes I forget how long it's been on some of these and how they've affected us to date. But what I did this, in your packet, there's more than it's on the screen, but I pulled the events that we're still dealing with today or that are still affecting our financial position today. It's in the budget binder, the budget binder tab. It's the orange tab. Is that what you were?
Oh,
I'm sorry. I thought you were. That's good.
No,
I thought you were.
am.
So just walking through, you can see like 2017, we added step pay and incentive pay. Venue taxes began being collected. 2020, that was the first year we were operator of Jack Harwell. So our budget looked very different that year. Of course, COVID-19. 2021, County Court at Law 3 was established, and then we also started the American Rescue Plan Act exercise that we're still in today. And then FY 2022, so 474th District Court was established. We changed our comp time payout policy. And we also paid out any comp time that was built up. So just some major things that, and again, just the highlights from what's in the packet, but just things that that you'll still see the effects of in our budget this year, next year. This aligns with a lot of the information in there, but this up on the screen is tax rate history from 2017 to 2022. And so you'll see that our total rate has dropped down to that 37.6. So it's a 12.9 cent drop since 2017. And so there you can see the breakdown of the M&O rate as well as how the INS rate has changed based on debt service. And then to add to that information, so you'll see here the certified taxable values at the time of adoption in the left column, and then the total tax rate, and then the total levy. So I added onto the slide, if you walk forward those taxable values from 15 million to nearly 23 million in 2022, that's a 54.2% increase in taxable values. And so, of course, the tax rate has dropped, but I know the conversation is, well, the tax rate's dropped, but the values have still gone up. And so then I just wanted to compare it to how our levy has changed. So you'll see there that our levy has only increased about 11 million. And so that's just a 14.8% increase. And so appraised taxable values gone up 54%. We've dropped the tax rate, and then levy has increased almost 15%. So, I think that's sometimes a good way to gauge, because the values are ever changing every year, that we're trying to hold down the tax levy as much as possible.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's pretty impressive, honestly, just an $11 million increase
Mm-hmm.
in that period of time.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 2.5% per year, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I would bet we'd have to get stats, but that's probably the equivalent of the new tax, the new properties coming on the levy. Instead of us.
Yes.
The increase is probably new properties coming on.
So this is general fund, and this is the history of the fund balance, what we actually ended at versus our goal. So on this chart, the bottom dark blue line is our goal, 33%, and then the lighter blue above it is where we actually ended up. So you can see, we started coming closer together in 19, and then starting with 20, there's a larger gap each year. So it looks good, and we were glad we're above our goal, but why are we having that large gap? And it is because of budget excesses. So when we have more budget than we need, and it's also due to estimating revenue the last few years. Since 2020, of course, there's some strangeness that's happened with expenditures and revenues, and so we really just want to make sure that we bring those as close together as possible. And again, we are working every year on trying to bring down the budget to what we actually need without putting ourselves in a bind. And one of the reasons that is happening is this schedule shows you the blue bars are expenditures, actual expenditures, and then the line is the revenue coming in. And so you can see that every year except 2019, revenues are exceeding expenditures and actual numbers at the end of the year. So as long as that's happening, of course, we're going to have excess fund balance at year end. This slide, it aligns with page 6 of your packet. And this shows revenues for the general fund, and it shows it by character. And so you can see over time how, your ad valorem taxes, like we said, have increased about 11 million. But you can see that the total revenue has increased probably about 33 million, if you look at the bottom line. And so what we've done is we've relied on other sources of revenue for the increases. So of course, sales tax being a large one, charges for services line has gone up, and that has to do with Jack Harwell specifically. But we rely on grant funds, interest income. And so as those other pieces increase and we try to keep our budget steady, then we're having to increase that tax line the least amount possible. So to put it in perspective here, you can see where our revenue is coming from for the general fund.
I think we'll see interest income go up.
That's what I was thinking. Won't that go up, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we're expecting that as well. This slide is general fund, and this will align, with page 7. But again, I'm kind of skipping around in there. I'm not pulling out everything that's in your packet. But this is expenditures by character or by category for general fund. So here you can see how our budget's changed. So if you look at that bottom line, and the numbers, the adopted budget aligns pretty well with the revenue lines. But you can see that in 2017, our adopted budget was 103 million. We're right at 135 million for 2022. And then you can see the breakdown. And you can see, of course, the largest increase is in personnel. And so I think, go ahead.
What year did Jack Harwell come on?
2020.
2020.
Yes. So
Okay.
we became.
So that was the biggest, that was like 11 million.
Yes. Yeah, we had some expenditures at the end of 2019 getting prepared for that, but we became operator October 1st of that fiscal year.
I'm just looking at the.
So yeah, personnel and supplies and equipment has gone up, but as your personnel goes up, of course, you're gonna need more supplies and more small equipment. But, you can track across and see that, what categories of expenditures have really increased or have stayed constant. The increase in capital outlay in this, it's higher in 2022 than the other years because we started budgeting in general fund for some low water crossing bridge projects. So that's where you see that increase there.
Okay, to go back to Jack Harwell.
Yes, sir.
When we took over, where is the income for the inmates that we contract?
So that would be in the charges for services.
Okay. So that looks like a very large increase from
So it's,
21 to 22.
It's doubled since 19.
and
So
some of it is
I know a
timing.
lot, that's a big portion of our revenue.
30, it's like 16 million.
And, other than Jack Harwell, we have had other things that have increased. I was trying to think, what was the fall in the charges for services? I know the timing of, and some of it.
Oh, I remember that discussion.
Yeah, we request quarterly for our operator payment based on the excess funds. And sometimes those are pretty, they're delayed quite a bit. And so that may be there, I think, I'll dig into some more for that for y'all, but that's the majority of that increase there. So increase in expenditures, but also increase in revenue.
2020 debt service payment,
Yes, sir.
3?
Oh, there were dollar placeholders for lines, so that's what looks odd, but to make it tie at the end, we have the placeholder lines in there, so zero is pretty much what.
That 3 is a placeholder?
Yes, so we have, we usually budget lines with placeholders for principal and interest in case something comes up mid-year and you decide to lease something. We also have a line item for TCDRS debt. So that year, we did not budget anything for that. Then just to focus on salary, fringe benefits, personnel cost. The slide I have up relates to page 12 in your packet. And so this shows our total salaries, fringes, and benefits. And so you can see there that it's increased about 23,000 over the last 6 years. And then where are we funding that from? So you can see, of course, general fund has the heaviest piece of it, but 2022, we covered nearly $2 million in salaries through grant funds. And then, of course, juvenile probation. Juvenile probation is a separate fund, but it relies on a transfer from the general fund. So those are your two biggest pieces, the general fund and juvenile. Special revenue funds, they're covering about $250,000. This is a graph that'll show you the base salary budgeted to what we actually spent. So no fringes and benefits, just base salary. So bars being the adopted budget, and then the light blue being the actuals. And so, of course, you can see that we are coming under budget every year.
Is that because we didn't fill all the?
That's vacancies.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So on average for this 6 years that you're looking at, there's an average of about 6% under budget for those 6 years looking together. That's about an average of $3 million each year. In 2022 specifically, we moved about $650,000 to other line items from that line. So we have this, we have this excess budget, and then we're using that to move to other lines. And so just not something that we want to get in the habit of too much and get ourselves in a bind that we've been relying on that excess budget if that's not there at some point. Of course, just looking at this, you can tell the highest year under budget was 2022, and that was 11% under budget for that year. But, of course, as you know, for the 2023 year, our current year, we started bringing down the funding for some of those consistently vacant positions and really looking at where the money wasn't being spent.
Will somewhere in the budget planning, you be able to give us a listing of positions that have still consistently been vacant, that are still on the in the budget, like?
Yes.
I don't know, rolling 3 years or rolling 2
Yes.
years, something like that.
And we'll touch base with HR as well and make sure that, that we'll try to incorporate that into her when Anna comes and speaks with you. For sure. This at a glance shows you additional pay types for each year and how they're broken up. And so this includes our new comp time payout, bilingual pay, step pay, overtime, longevity, and incentive pay. So, a lot of these, you have some control over what these are set at and how much is being dispersed to employees. And you can see there, of course, in 2022, we were almost at $4 million in these types of pays compared to about 1.75 in 2017.
Comp time should come down.
It will,
versus last
definitely.
year.
Yes, so that was the built-up amount. And so we'll see where that lands this year. This is a history of, I know this came up in the health insurance discussion earlier, but the COLA since 2016. So 2016 was the last time there was no COLA given. And so since 2017, that's about a total of I think about 25% in totals, starting with 2017 through 2023. So our TCDRS plan, our retirement rate that we pay in, the rate we pay each year is a rate that has many things baked in. It's the rate that keeps our plan afloat, but then it also has some factors in it, those being, have we given a retiree COLA? Have you changed some specifics of the plan? Did we pay down the debt? And so here you can see how that rate's changed since 2016. They always have a set rate, and then during budget workshops, if you make decisions like you did in 2022 to bring the employee contribution rate up, you give a retiree COLA, you make a lump sum payment, that'll adjust that rate. And so those rates change every January 1st. And we'll do, like we have done in the last few years, if there's things that you're looking at changing or adding or paying down, we can set up scenarios so you can see how that will affect the rate and what the dollar value is on those changes. I was going to jump to some capital outlay information, but before I do, I'm skipping through a lot in this packet of information, of course, but there's some charts for expenditures that is by department, and some of them are sorted by highest to lowest, by percentage under budget. Those are these. And so those are really some really interesting, you can see some interesting trends there. So again, just I encourage you to look over those, and please let us know if you have any questions about them. So moving to capital outlay, and this is referenced on page 23 of the packet you have. So these tables, they have the same ending number. One is broken up by types of capital outlay purchases, and then one is broken up by the funding source. So you can see if you look across, even with increased cost, our vehicles, of course, there's some timing issues too, because we're not able to get vehicles as timely, but you can see vehicles has stayed pretty constant. There's not been an enormous change there. Equipment, software, furniture, again, there's some ups and downs there, but we're staying pretty steady. Same with road and bridge vehicles and equipment. So you'll see there at the bottom, in total for the last 6 years, we're almost at the same amount we were in 2017. Then on the bottom half, just to point out that we are using special revenue and grant funds for a portion of these purchases. So like you can see there in 2022, we used about $325,000 of special revenue and grant funds to fund some of these equipment purchases. And then this is just a chart just focusing on vehicles. And so you can see how many vehicles we've purchased each year. There's a disclaimer at the bottom that in 2022, there were 5 vehicles that did get moved into 2023 because we were not able to receive those in time to book them in that year. And so there are some differences there, different than what we have seen in the past, but still you can kind of look around and see how those track. So our INS portion of our rate that funds our debt service fund. So we've talked so far just about the M&O portion, the general fund specifically. But this, at the top of this slide, you can see how our INS tax rate has changed. And it hasn't changed substantially when you just look at the rate. But at the bottom, there is the chart there, and it shows you how our debt service has grown, so the dark blue bars. So it has grown from about $3.5 million to about $6.5 million in the last 7 years. And then, of course, our tax revenue has grown at the same rate to accommodate that debt service. And so, of course, we've kept
P&I, right?
Yes.
P&I. So
Yes, sir.
it's both increasing the amount of debt plus interest rates creeping, which we're going to see a significant amount of that.
Yes, sir. Yes. And then permanent improvement funds. So this is on page 25 of your booklet. But this up here will show you the walking forward the fund balance for the last 6 years. And so, we've primarily been using Fund 401 for ongoing projects, capital projects that are keeping our buildings up to date. And of course, new larger projects that we've been using the bond issuances for. But you can see at the end of 2022, we were sitting on 3.8 million in Fund 401. And so that just rolls forward. We'll fund a portion of, or put a portion of the M&O rate in there and continue that way. The bottom section, of course, is for bond issuances. And so you'll see there how that's walked forward from about 17.7 million to 40 million. And of course, we know that we do have a large balance there, but it is because we have a very large project on the horizon, being the Downtown Jail Judicial Center. And then you can see at the end of 2022, our audited financial statements show that we were sitting on about 43.4 million altogether in permanent improvement funds to be used for county projects.
But that doesn't include the American Rescue Plan.
It does not. Go back. Yeah, so these numbers do not include anything with American Rescue Plan. They also don't include anything for the venue project or for the zoo. We extracted those, so it'd be a little more pure numbers to look at. So special revenue funds, I know we don't dwell on these a lot at budget time, but just wanted to point out that over the last 6 years, on average, they've brought in about $1.4 million in revenue in total, and we've covered about 1.2 million in expenditures out of these funds. So those are expenditures that without these funds, they could have possibly been charged to general fund, so freeing up some general fund dollars. This chart shows you what's being expended out of special revenue funds in total, and then the revenue line above it. And so you can see that the revenue line is moving up rapidly, and our expenditures are staying kind of steady. So we'll continue to look at those funds and make sure that there's not anything that we can move over and use up those funds first before we use general fund. And lastly, just to look at our Economic Development Fund. So Economic Development Fund is a committed portion of our general fund balance in our financial statements. But we talk about it separately at budget time. So it's relying on that transfer from general fund for accounting purposes to economic development. And this chart, the large blue background, that's going to show you how the fund balance has grown. And then below, the bars being the transfers and the line being what we've spent each year. So of course, our fund balance is growing, but that is primarily spoken for. There are projects that are pending or waiting for projects to come online. And also, of course, an amount is needed to attract new projects. I know Chris always explains that every year, and she will, of course, be here in July to speak with us as well for their request for next year. So that is the highlights of that we call the budget binder. And I hope that just, we've looked at what is the process for tax rate and budget. We looked at where we are currently. And then I hope looking at this, again, just gives context to when we get into July and we start looking at requests, and have an idea of where we've been and how the decisions are affecting us. So we will have budget worksheets and other information sometime around June 16th. They'll be on the budget workshop drive, and we'll push something out when we say, hey, it's out there. It'll look similar to what you've seen before, where there's tabs for each department. There'll be compilation sheets. And then we plan to start budget workshops on Thursday, July 6th, after that regular agenda. In July, there are 2 regular agendas are not on the normal set days. So July 6th. And then, of course, our main goals are that August 1st, we'd have a proposed tax rate and budget, August 29th, adopted tax rate and budget. But we are still compiling requests. I know we looked at the preliminary tax rate and values this last month. I don't have an update yet, but of course, as we get further into June, and we have those sheets out on the budget workshop drive, I'll have those updated so you can see what those look like.
Good.
Is there any other thoughts you'll have or questions or?
What on the special revenue funds, what's the, although it's a minuscule amount, but it says farm to market roads and balance 1735. What is that?
We used to collect a portion of our tax rate was the farm to market tax rate. And so we did away with that, and just all road and bridge activity now is in general fund, but we still have delinquent taxes flowing in. So we have to keep them in that separate fund. And what we do, we try to, like you said, it's a very small amount, but we'll usually work with your admin assistants and have whatever amount we budget in there for each one, we'll reclass it from y'all's general fund budget over into that
So
to eat it down.
Theoretically, eventually that would just go away.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. If you looked at it over the years, you'll see it dwindling quickly. But it's just delinquent taxes that come in.
Any questions? Comments?
Well prepared, well done, well presented.
Very helpful.
Almost understand it.
Well, we're excited for July and to get everything rolling. Hopefully it'll smooth sailing, so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, best part is you're going into it with increased tax base.
Mm-hmm.
And so you've got more to work with. So, main thing is we always do. We don't assume something is gone. We talk about it, and that's what because that's why it's a recorded meeting. And whatever decision we come up with, which would be multiple, we want the community to come to the same conclusion we do at the same time. So I think we're being very transparent and open. Of course, open meeting, people can come and suggest, raise hell, whatever you want to do. So.
And when we get into July, that first week, the 6th and 7th, I think it'll be some high level looking at what some of the operating requests are. But that week of Tuesday, July 11th, we'll get, Anna's going to be here that first full week. And so we're hoping, to have that information in front of you. What is she recommending for COLA? Any changes? Talk through some of the health insurance. And we also have the heavier departments early that week too, the sheriff's office, information technology. And so hopefully we'll get a lot of that early. And like you said, it'll be hopefully easy for anyone watching to follow what the big requests are, and then we'll work it down from there.
Yeah, good. All right. Anything else, Francis?
I do not have anything else.
All right, Dustin, is there anything you have?
No, sir, that we should have covered all the action items. If Mercedes will just verify that, we should be good.
Mercedes said she's nodding her head affirmatively, so. All right, if there's nothing else to come before the court, we stand adjourned.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you all. Thank these two behind me.
Recording stopped.